The council now stands out of recess uh, for this budget committee. Want to say good morning, everybody. Let the record reflect that we do have a quorum. This is a five-member committee. We have three present, so a majority is here. I don't think we have any council member on. Okay, so yeah, we have three here, and I assume that at some point we will achieve a full quorum. Let me say this on start. Budget processes are always difficult, and this is where we have the opportunity to make decisions which deal with the priorities of a collective, which includes the priorities of departments, administration, and council, according to the people in which they represent in their wards. Um, yeah, and let the record reflect that we have a quorum of four now. Uh, and if we reach a full quorum, I'll let you know. But in this process, of course, when we're talking about salaries and talking about dollars and cents, you're also talking about the lives of people that is affected. None of the decisions or none of the things that are set up here are personal. This is an attempt to handle the city's business with the information provided and how it was provided. I will say it again. This is our attempt and our ability to handle the city's business with the information provided and how it was provided. So with that being said, colleagues, let's move forward. I want to first just deal with the amendments that are made. Let the record reflect that we still have the item on the floor. Is that correct? All right, we still have the item on the floor. So let's talk about the amendments that have been made. Out of the Zurich American Insurance Settlement, 9.9 million, 9.9 million is roughly what's in there. And Amendment 1, President Lindsay moved to amend said order to move the following: 1.5 million endowment for libraries and future expansion, 1.5 million toward Tisdale Library, and that did pass. Amendment 2 was 820,000 be used for Fire Station 22 and 70,000 for Fire Station 24 and 750,000 for the 911 building, and all of that totals 820,000. All right, so yeah, 820,000 for Fire Station 22, 24, and the 911 buildings. So all of that totaled 820,000. Okay, yeah, I was reading that wrong. All right. Amendment 3 was 300,000 for building repairs to include but not limited to HVAC, roofs, plumbing, bathrooms, small electrical, Wi-Fi, etc., and 1.3 million to Grove Park repairs, and that went to Parks and Rec. I thought we amended that to reflect. Keep going. All right. That amendment was made at 1.6 million. Okay. Then amendment number 4 was to add an additional, yeah, there you go, 100,000 for parks and building improvements totaling 1.7. 400,000 for building repairs to include but not limited to HVAC, roofs, plumbing, bathrooms, small electrical, Wi-Fi, and 1.3 for Grove Park repairs equals to $1.7 million. Amendment number 5, Councilmember Foote, $1.5 million into capital outlay for buildings, which would bring that total to $2,051,831, in which $551,000 was already proposed in 24-25 budget. And then Amendment 6 to include baseball fields, which is an additional 150,000, building repairs to include but not limited to HVAC, roofs, plumbing, bathrooms, same, small electrical, Wi-Fi, and 1.3 million. That Parks and Rec budget went all the way up to 2 million. And so the total amount of amendments out of Zurich, does anybody have that? Say that. $7,320,000. All right.
Franks, I have a
Yes.
quick question. I did get some questions last night from constituents that 2 million for parks. I don't recall this, and I don't see anybody online, but did that include just some general maintenance for like lighting issues in parks? Because we've got several parks with, you know, there are other parks with some pretty significant maintenance
Lighting issues. Yeah. I remember Mr. Hartley maybe mentioning it to some extent. I don't know if it was confirmed that that was in there. Is somebody from Parks? If somebody can text, I'll get Dr. Muhammad or the deputy director to kind of confirm that. Mr. Hartley, you about to say something?
I remember posing that question, but I can't remember if we included it in this or not, or if it was included some other place. I think I remember going away thinking, okay, we got it handled, but I'm not sure if it was in here.
Thank you.
Okay, so it may be that it was already in.
I'm sorry, say. That's what I sort of remember, but I just would like to get that clarified, Mr.
All right, yeah, if we could get that clarified by Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask if those that more than likely will end up talking on the mic, if you can sit on the first or second row so that we could just hand you a mic. And then that it'll kind of already be there, because it's very important that everything that's being said, in order for us to abide by the Open Meetings Act, that the public is able to hear, and that it's said on the record. All right.
Mr. Banks.
Yes. Mr. Grizel.
Good morning. I recall Dr. Muhammad giving us a very low fee. I mean, a low cost for everything. He said it includes everything that he needed. And then, of course, we came back and amended a couple of times. But I do know that lighting, commercial lighting, is extremely expensive. And I, too, would like a little more clarity on that, because, you know, we want to definitely make sure that our parks are well lit, especially in the evening, and make sure that we're right on the money in terms of what he needs.
Okay. All right.
I still feel, in other words, I still feel the figures are kind of low.
I would tend to agree, and while we're looking at lighting, I would like to see what it looks like if we were to go to LED lighting. I'm not a professional on it, but I would like to see what that looks like and what that difference would be. All right, so while we're waiting on that, are there any questions, concerns, additions with the amendments that were already made? Yes, sir, Councilman Hartley.
Not with Zurich.
Okay.
But I'm sure we're going to get back to our other priorities as well, including code enforcement, and I think potholes and
All the other stuff.
and all the other stuff. Yeah.
All right. So, are there any? I'm gonna put a peg in Zurich right now, and we're at basically around 7.3, which leaves about 2.6 available. So while we ponder that and while we wait on Mr. Muhammad, we'll put a peg. Colleagues, let's go to general fund throughout these departments. We left off the
Mr.
conversation.
Banks,
Yes,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. I thought, I just, for a point of clarity on my part, I thought when we left yesterday, we were leaving the conversation, when I suggested we go ahead and terminate for the day, and you agreed, we were talking about code enforcement, and we were to come back today and find out from finance where they felt like we could find the funds to fully fund that effort.
Thank you for reminding me. Yesterday was a long day. All right. So, matter of fact, correct me if I'm wrong. We had a pending motion on the floor.
We did.
We did have a pending motion, and that. And that motion and second dealt with the 1.8 approximate million for code enforcement officers, et cetera. I think it has come to my understanding that there's a correct number by finance.
Good morning. So I did spend some time, as requested yesterday, with the planning department, and in seeking some clarification, because I did ask a question here, because I was not following the numbers, and the clarity we have now, it's not 1.8 that's needed, right? I think what was presented did include what is currently budgeted. So if you remember, they stated that the 1.8 included salary increases as well as a need for new positions. And so as I was going through, the numbers were not adding up, and we sought clarity. And so what they had computed, for instance, to give the current employees the increases in code services, right? That would come up to 1.2, and that would represent, so they're running new numbers. For my quick review, probably a little over $100,000 that would be needed to increase the salaries. And then for the new positions, that was approximately $600,000. But we also stated when we looked at the vacancy list, there was about 4 or 5 positions, right, that needed to be filled. So we're trying to determine whether that needed to be backed out of that number. So that number will be significantly less. And also looking at, right, based on the, what could be the challenges to fulfill these needs, what is an adequate plan to get us to where we want to, right? So not everybody will be hired October 1, right? Because you factor in training. If it's phased, what is the plan for that? First quarter, how many folks can we onboard? By the time we get to second quarter, so you're not needing to budget for the entire fiscal year, right? For some positions, it might be 6 months. So that number will be significantly less. It's not 1.8.
Mr. Banks?
All right, yes.
Thank you for this, and we all appreciate the effort you put into this. Mr. Mellenbecker, do you have any idea when will we have these new numbers quickly?
So I had a meeting actually here. So they're going back across the street at the planning department to run the new numbers. So hopefully, and Ms. Yeaker said she would join. So at some point, we'll get some new numbers.
Thank you. Mr. Banks, do we need to just table it until we get the numbers?
Yeah, that's fine. We can table this part. Go ahead, Mr. Hartley.
Yeah, just one question before we move on from this note, and that is, Mr. Mellenbecker, or perhaps someone here with planning, will the salary increase be enough for us to recruit good qualified folks? I mean, look, if it's going to take so long for us to get them because we're not paying anything or not paying enough or a competitive wage, then that's going to delay our progress as well. So my question is, and I guess to be answered by someone in planning, if there's anybody here, is the salary that we're looking at is going to be competitive? Is it going to be enough? I mean, we have the police department and they're having these competitions on how we can raise them. We need to get good qualified code folks in place. And while we're making the budget announcements, adjustment, we need to consider that.
Good morning, Councilman. I'm sorry. Good morning, Councilman Hartley.
Go ahead.
I can speak to that.
But go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Look, I'll be moving around, running around. But no, that's a great question. So what I will say, Councilman Hartley, is...
Can you speak up just a little bit? Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes. Can you hear me better now?
Okay, a little bit. Go ahead.
What I will say is, when we start looking at research, we asked the code enforcement
officer, the managers, what salaries they would want to be at and what was the competitive number in the market. And as I said the other day, that number came back around between $20 and $22 per hour is what the competition in the market is paying. So we modeled our numbers right at $20 an hour, which is on average about a $3 per hour increase from what other officers are. I'm sorry, from what they were already being paid.
Okay, and I just want to say, my fear is that we start looking to recruit and we start having problems. And if we're adjusting the salary, now's the time to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, and that's a legitimate concern, Councilman Harley. That's exactly what's been happening. But I am confident, based off my conversation with the team, that we've brought you a competitive salary. If y'all want to go up $2 more, that's cool. But Banks already been asking where we're gonna get the money from, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Yes, come on, Mr. Mellenbeck.
And one other thing, because I think there was a discussion, Councilman Foot, in terms of 13 new employees. So that was not all code enforcement officers, right? So that 13 was representative of, research technicians, code enforcement officers, and I think, code enforcement supervisor. And there's another position. At first, I thought it was building inspector, but Ms. Yika Hoover said it's a different title, right? So that's what made up the 13. It was.
I think yesterday we said, I believe, maybe 8 and then 5 support people.
So the plan that was presented here, they had 12 positions for code enforcement officers and then 6 needed, right, to get to 18. So that's the plan that they had shared.
So again, before we go back down that we need the rest of the information. And they're working on that now?
Yes.
Is that what you're, all right.
Okay.
So as soon as they get that information back, if somebody will let us know, and we'll come back to that. Sure. So we'll table community improvement, code enforcement planning for now. Let's go, colleagues, to 2 things. One recommendation that was given, and we can start kind of chopping down at this. Let's go to grass cutting. The recommendation that we have is that it would take 2.3 million. I can't remember if that was like the hybrid plan or if that was totally getting rid of it. I can't remember which one that was. It was completely contracting everything out. All right, and the suggestion was to take 1 mil from 213 to right-of-ways and cemeteries, and to take street right-of-ways 2025 proposed budget 609, cemeteries 2025 proposed budget 234, stormwater 2025 6419 professional service, and move 314 move to fund 372 modernization. I assume finance knows exactly what all that means, but that is the recommended change to completely deal with contracting out all of our grass cutting, right-of-way cutting, and cemetery cutting for the next fiscal year. Is there a motion or a second to?
Can you tell me where the grass cutting is in our budget book? What page that's on? What department's in part of?
Is it a separate handout?
Yeah.
No,
This
but I want to
is-
look at it in the budget book. Okay.
I gave you a copy in the packet of that budget.
This is
Yeah, but where is it in the
she
budget
gave
book?
us yesterday.
I mean, it should be whatever department we're trying
Number 6.
to get rid of should be in the budget book, correct?
Yeah. If you look in that package she gave us yesterday,
Uh-huh.
I think it's number 6, right here. I mean, she just copied it in the packet, but remember,
163. Uh-huh.
this was a request based on the council saying we wanted to look at the option
Yeah, I
of
wanted,
contracting it out. You want to see what was already.
I wanted to see what the non-contracting out, so it's page 163. Right away.
You see ROW?
I find myself in, oh, there it is, right away. Okay, excuse me. All right. So we were paying, or we were budgeting, 609,000, is that right? And it goes all the way up to 2 million, from 609,000 to 2 million. Does that mean we got to come up with an extra, $1.4 million to go with the outsourcing option?
The proposal's right here, Councilman Foot, where you're getting it from other line items within Public Works. Am I correct by saying that? Somebody from finance.
Well, I don't have that.
The what she gave us yesterday.
Well, they gave me
It's
a
on
lot
the
of-
second page, number 6. Am I correct by saying that? Who has the mic? Am I correct by saying that in this proposal?
Number 6,
Okay.
is that it?
Yep. So they're able to achieve this by making some adjustments within the budget of Public Works.
Okay, I guess my question is, so the trade-off is we get an outsourced group that does and we're assuming that when they do the RFP and they bid on it, that it comes in at $2 million. Could be lower, it could be higher. But let's assume that, right? Isn't that what
With Mr. Foot, I can't remember if you were here or not, but Ms. Weathers came before us with some pretty clear numbers because she's already done some research on that. So this is based on, I don't think it's a stab in the dark. She did introduce some pretty specific numbers. You may have been out,
No, I probably was out of town then.
you were, I think you were.
But so the Public Works has come up with $2 million that are in their line items. Part of it's salary, part of it's other stuff. But is it stuff that is it stuff that they need for other services that Public Works is delivering?
Part of it would be, Councilman Foot, the salaries and everything and the equipment costs, the fuel and everything that was appropriated to make the division run. So the bigger majority of it is everything that was used to make it run within the division has been taken away.
Sure, I
to
just saw
contract
I saw
out.
the salary line here, 253.
Yeah,
Then total personal service salary, 452,000.
right. But you're also taking away their proposed budget of what it would cost to actually do the work. But then also what it is.
So these all these other lines, utilities, contractual services? I'm just trying to compare apples and apples.
Ms.
Okay.
Banks.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Councilman Foot, this budget for right-of-way does not include engagement of outside services, right? So I think when they were asked, what would it take, right, to clean up, they would need this budget and contracted services, which is not included here. So when they did the other work, they were able to identify, how much it would take to actually engage an outsourced service. And I think your question in terms of the money, so that's the breakdown of where the money would come from. So Mr. Banks said from Public Works, Fund 213 is Public Works. And historically, this is where the City Council had elected to set aside, 1% for street resurfacing. But what we've looked at is now we do have a special 1% sales tax. We have modernization funding coming in. So there's dedicated funding there. So that 1% can be repurposed, right, to go towards this work.
So we're using the money that was set aside for street resurfacing to do our grass resurfacing. Okay, so
Grass resurfacing.
so where's the cemeteries line? Is the cemetery line in Public Works too?
It is.
Yes.
234,000 is what was proposed.
Is that on page?
Well,
166.
actually, on the page, it says 404 under Division 49,200.
Oh, okay.
Page 166. Salaries of 68,000. So that all goes away too, 68,000. people who are actually in those jobs, are they leaving the city? Are they going somewhere else in the city? Those employees that
Yeah.
are in those jobs, where are they going?
Yeah, so, we have other needs within Public Works. There are a number of vacancies within Public Works, Parks and Recreation, has vacancies. And
What
so,
about potholes? What about potholes?
That's a different area.
As many
Yeah,
people as possible filling potholes.
You want to take the
tapes.
grass cutters and let them keep cutting grass that work with the city. So maybe they can cut from.
No, they don't, no, the grass, if contractors we hire to cut grass. need to cut
Parks,
grass.
parks still gotta cut grass.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't include the grass cutting that the Parks and Rec has?
No, that's right of ways and cemeteries and public works.
Okay.
Parks gotta do their own grass.
So Parks will still have a grass cutting operation.
They gotta cut the grass.
They got parks.
You don't want the grass cutters
Maybe we need to give the
paving
lawnmower,
potholes.
the mowers that are working in Public Works, we need to turn those over to Parks and Rec. So
I think that might be, I think that'll be up to Keisha Weathers.
we just sell them. Maybe we can sell them to Parks and Rec.
Anything to make a dime, huh? I think the discussion went as far as Ms. Weathers' presentation. All these different things, a lot of these things could be contracted out. And with that full contract, then we could move that personnel that she currently have moved for right-of-ways and stuff into other divisions of Public Works. And I suggested maybe retaining one position so it could be used as a schedule coordinator. Someone there to kind of keep track of the contract and so forth, to take it, some of the work away from her and solid waste, because they have their hands full already. So I think that's it. I'm looking at the number 6. And I believe with the landfill, I'm not sure of where we ended up on the landfill.
Before, let's deal with the motion of grass cut, and then we can go to landfill next.
Okay, my only question on the grass cutting is, will this be sufficient to keep our right-of-ways, cemeteries, everything cut for the next year? It's not working.
Is the voice?
All right, to the, goodness, to the, yes, to the best of our available knowledge right now, yes. Just be mindful that, even with Cedar Lawn, that's a big undertaking. So, but to our knowledge, yes, that would be sufficient. Yes, sir.
Okay, and this contract would be bidded out so we can get the best and the
It's going
and
to
the
be bid out
cheapest.
on RFP. Yes, sir.
Okay, but stormwater, covered. Curbs, covered. Right-of-ways, side of the roads, covered. Maintenance, covered. Cemeteries, covered. And
Fully contracted out. Yes.
okay, and sufficient. City of Jackson is
It will
taken
be
care of.
completely laid out and detailed in the RFP what the request for the services needed for the city are. That's full manicured, detailed, blowing, grass pick, all of that will be fully laid out in the RFP. Yes, sir.
Okay, and I, just one quick question. I know that you, the stormwater will still be, you still have personnel for the stormwater under solid waste division? Yes, okay,
No, stormwater is not in solid waste. No,
okay,
Public Works though.
it's in public works, but it's not under solid
okay,
waste.
it's just they're in your office area then?
No,
Oh, they moved?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in engineering.
Okay, all right, so we're covered for the next year, taking care of those items. Thank you.
We will be, yes.
Okay, so I got a question. So when I get a call from a angry resident or a constituent that says, Cedar Lawn Cemetery is, the back acre where my grandfather's buried is not cut. Who's my point of contact? I can call you? Are you the
Yes,
person?
sir. You call me, you send me an email, and we'll address it.
Okay.
Listen, let's talk about Cedar Lawn. So I saw the story the other day. Cedar Lawn Cemetery, because of those monuments and headstones are so close together and large, That cemetery has to be cut by weed eaters. You cannot go in there with a lawnmower, all right? That's 80-plus acres out there that they're weed eating. So no, sir, they have not made it to the back of their facility yet, because please be mindful, we still have to cut 4 other facilities. You have Greenwood Cemetery, which is 70-plus acres, which is almost just as big as Cedar Lawn, right? So they are weed eating those facilities to preserve the headstones and monuments there. You can't damage that property. It's a lot of acreage to cover.
Yeah,
They are out there,
I'm not
they are working.
disputing that at
But
all. Yeah.
when they call, just send us an email or call us and we will address it. But what I did ask is that those, the contractors work from the back to the front now. Because, of course, by the time you cut the front and start to move to the back, the front is overgrown again, right? But I have asked that they address the back corners of that facility, to calm the concerns of the residents. But just please be mindful of how large that facility is, and they are cutting with weed eaters. Now, currently, they are cutting with 8 or 10, I believe it's 10 individuals. Keep that in mind, that 10 individuals right now are out there working. So as I stated previously at council, you're gonna need at least 15 to 20 people just for Cedar Lawn alone, okay?
So is
just-
this
just be
budget
mindful.
sufficient?
Sir,
Is
No,
this
they-
budget sufficient?
is this what sufficient?
Is what we're proposing, is it sufficient to cover
Yes,
those?
sir, but that's what we have to put in the RFP. We have to be very specific in this RFP. This was a quick resolution for those concerns, to address the concerns currently. But that RFP will be completely laid out and detailed to explain exactly what the needs are.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just call you if I have a question.
Just call me.
Okay, thank you.
You're
And-
welcome.
and Ms. Weathers,
Yes.
I'm a bit concerned. I've sat in your seat before.
I know you have.
And I know that there's a lot to do on the solid waste side.
Absolutely.
Now, and I had suggested that we have that one individual that serves as your contract coordinator and your scheduler, and take
Project.
some of the pressure off you to do solid waste stuff. Is that going to work?
That's included. The project manager is included in that as well.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir. You're
So
welcome.
Councilman Foote don't have to call you all the time. You have another number to call.
Yes, sir.
All right. So is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been moving properly second. This is the recommendation of 2.367872 for grass cutting. This comes from Fund 213. This includes what was proposed for cemeteries and right-of-ways in the 25 budget. And then I believe that's 6419 in Fund 372. Is that correct? All right. And it's moved to, where's it moved to? 372? Did I say it right?
To do the contract?
Yeah.
We will put it in either one of those budgets. We'll move it all to a 6419 so that she can put it out.
Okay. So the proposal is to take that 2.3 and the motion is to put it into 6419. All right. I have a motion second on that. Any questions or comments?
Was that added to the initial motion, or?
Yeah,
Would
I
you-
just corrected it based
Okay.
on what she said.
Okay.
All right. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Mr. Griselle, what say you?
Aye.
All right, that amendment passes with a vote of 5-0. All right. And clerk, if you would just follow up with someone, I see Ms. Stewart right there. Just follow up with someone to make sure that the amendment is read right for the minutes. All right. All right. So that's that. Did you want to go, since we have Keisha here, go to Chimpy grinding? All right, let me ask this question. The total is 400,000 plus. Give me the totals you need for that. I thought it was in here, or is that another sheet you handed? That's the sheet I'm looking for. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, it's
I
on
see it.
this sheet that you have in front of you. It's 675,000 for chipping and grinding and closing of the current sale. And then the 400,000 you're speaking of is the scales and the site construction.
All right. this deals with cleaning this and cleaning up stuff that people clean up in the city that they bring down there to dump, right? Individuals as well, but dealing with waste, correct?
Yes.
All right. My question is, okay, I see Sandra on there. My question is, can we allocate ARPA money for this? Because sanitation is a part of that ARPA plan.
For the finance on that.
And I don't have the legislation in front of me. I had it way back when. But if someone can look, that ARPA spending plan, it should be somewhere and easy to find.
ARPA spending plan and what you want to do with it, Councilman Banks. I'll look it up.
Yeah. If you could look it up, it might be directly on WhiteHouse.gov, executive orders somewhere up in there. Basically, with the ARPA, can we use that under sanitation? Because the chipping, grinding, and everything. I know we can't use it for salaries or none of that kind of stuff no more.
Okay.
So it has to go towards something that deals with the prevention and the cleanliness of stuff. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll start with
I think I had my hand raised first. How much money is left in the ARPA fund?
2.6.
2.6 million?
Mm-hmm.
Have we allocated any of that 2.6 million for anything else?
I'm seeing that 873,000 is obligated, but that's not out of the 2.6.
Excuse me, I think there needs to be a reconciliation. I talked to Sharon the other day. She was running through, from our account, I think it was like 2.1.
That's available.
Right, about 2.1, and I'm not sure if that included some of those encumbrances, but that does need to be reconciled, because what we have to do the filing with the Treasury, and so we'll have to look at that report and reconcile. But based on what I'd looked at, I think it was like 2.1.
That's still available.
That's what I saw, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Banks. I think, we need to
Yeah.
We need to chase this because that would
Money
be
has to be
great.
spent by the end of the year.
It has to be allocated by the end of
It
the
has to
year,
be
spent
allocated by the end of the year.
by 2026.
So I would think that this would meet the qualification. And then just to go over in your question, it's saying 99,000 for Cornerstone Engineering, 740,000 for utility constructors, 33,000 for James and Associates, is what I see is committed or obligated. And so, okay, would it be correct to say that the available balance that we have here is the correct amount? It says 1.794, or is it the 2.1?
Yeah, in fact, let me look at the report here and see if that's
You
close.
see that at the top there? It says the available money left, or ARPA money left, it says 1.794 available balance.
Where is that?
Yeah, it's on the first page. The first page.
Oh, I have somebody.
And but he said, but I guess we say give or take 2.1, but what we're talking about now is for the chip and grinding and the purchase of the scale is basically a little over $1 million.
Say again, Mr. Banks.
It's a little over $1 million. And I'm colleagues, I would think that maybe it's safe to go ahead with the amendment, and if there's any red flags that come up, legal will let us know. But if we've used it for some of the water mains and that kind of stuff, and then we know that being able to clean and communities and all the other kind of stuff was a part of that America Rescue Plan Act, especially in the beginning, I think that we're good. Councilman Hartley?
Yeah, and that's sort of where I want to go, Ms. Weathers. One of the priorities is our open dump situations, having vehicles and equipment and stuff in order to clean up open dumps around the city. is that included in here, or is it at another location?
When you say vehicles, so we just purchased the new boom. We only,
Okay.
that one.
Okay.
We'll be picking that up in about a week or so. And then
Good.
we have the other boom that we already had. Now, those are the two vehicles. We do have the roll-off trucks that can assist with that. Outside of that, everything else I've requested will be going on the master lease.
Okay, excellent. And so our capability, city's capability to clean up will increase after we get this boom truck going. And after we get, do we have personnel, CDL folks?
We have two heavy equipment operators currently.
I'm sorry?
Two heavy equipment operators currently.
So we don't have enough personnel to man that equipment?
No, we have two heavy equipment operators currently.
And we're working with human
I have
resources?
one vacancy for a heavy equipment operator open now.
Okay, do
Oh,
we
I'm
need?
sorry. We have three. I just forgot about Roland. We just transferred someone. So we have three equipment operators now.
Okay, do we need to revisit the numbers for drivers or anything? I mean, I'm just, my fear is that this is critical, and we
It's
need to know
absolutely critical.
exactly your needs in order to clean up the city.
Well, it's absolutely critical. There's two things with that. One is when you're talking about salaries, I'm assuming that's what you just mentioned.
Actually, I was mentioning personnel positions.
Right,
And
but
then CDL qualifications.
Right, but when you're talking about CDLs and you're looking at what you're paying for them, you're not going to get the high-quality CDL drivers that you're looking for. I hate to say it that way.
Well, that's true.
But the competitive salaries is the word I've been using lately. It's definitely not competitive. And then when you're talking about qualified personnel, as you know better than anyone, when it comes to that landfill, you need some truly qualified individuals out there to run that facility. But the other challenge is we don't have those positions. So what we have is what we filled, and we only have that one vacancy. So that's what we have available for that division.
Okay, Ms. Weathers, I'm trying to give you this opportunity to lay out any needs, because down the road, the budget's sealed and so forth. So if we need to increase salaries to get CDL drivers, there's no need of having that piece of, $250,000 piece of equipment over there if nobody's there to drive it. So if there's any needs for us that's going to fulfill our personnel requirements or whatever, now's the time.
Well, okay, well, let's talk about it. So a competitive salary starts for a qualified CDL operator is $21. Okay, that's a start. We currently pay our CDL drivers $17.56, I believe. So that's where you go with that. But then when you look at that, then you have to think about the salaries increasing of your superintendents and your supervisors who oversee those individuals. So, that's just the truth in it. I mean, no, we're not paying a competitive wage. That is one of the issues with getting in those qualified drivers. And when they come in and they work for a short time, then they leave because the salaries are not competitive.
We don't need that.
Let me see. Wait, can I ask a question? Go ahead. So, we have got millions of dollars of unspent salaries in the Public Works Department because so many people have left. Okay, there's so many vacancies across the Public Works Department. And for us to sit here and say, well, we just don't have the right salary level and not do anything about it is a indictment of the city council, okay? Because the money's there. It's not as if we don't have the money.
Okay.
Because
well,
we've lost so many. We don't have a public works director, and we got all kind of slots that are empty. So
hear you.
don't just say, well, we don't have that. Tell us what needs to happen in order so we can go out and hire and recruit the people to run all the equipment we're getting. Plus, I've got a question about the vac trucks. I went out to the motor pool, and there's a whole number of vac trucks that are out parked out there. It looks like they're deadlined. If they're not working, we need to get them fixed, and those need to be turned in repair. Mr. Hudson, whoever's in charge of the motor pool, needs to get those repaired so we can put them to work to help the citizens with their drainage issues.
Okay, so two things with that. One, I'm not over the vac trucks, that's
Hold-
infrastructure.
Hold
No, I didn't ask you whether we were over or not. You need to tell me what the solution is.
hold
But
one
I don't have
second.
nothing to do with vac trucks.
Hold 1 second before we go there. because when we start talking about, and I agree that we need to visit this conversation, but before we start going into salaries, and the things that deal with the equipment, let's deal with, if we're going to put this motion on the floor for the chipping, grinding, and the scale using the ARPA money. And then when we get ready to go to, because this is one-time money that has to be spent or allocated by the end of this year. And so before we go to the salary lines, we got to look at it with monies in perpetuity other than one-time money. And so what we're discussing now is the one-time money that's available in ARPA. It looks like there's 1.79 or 2.1, but what we're looking at is, is there a motion to use the 1,075,000 out of ARPA to go ahead and get the 675,000 chipping and grinding and the 400,000 purchase of the scale? Yes, Council President.
I'm sorry, I stepped out for a minute. Did legal come back and say that's okay? I mean, I'm all for it, and I would make the motion if we know for sure it's not, inappropriate.
So, Sandra Moncur, Office of the City Attorney. One of the eligible uses for the ARPA funding is invested in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. I have a document from the Department of Finance and Administration where they give a list of eligible projects for ARPA funding. I'm looking through it now. I don't have a use yet where, they bought similar type of equipment, but I'll be happy to look and dive deeper into it with finance. I think it may fall under that category, but I'm not 100% sure right this moment. I'm looking into it, as we speak.
Well, Mr. Banks, it might be a risk worth taking at this point.
Yeah, I think we go ahead and get it, and if there's any red flags, legal just tell us, and then we'll just have to.
So move, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I have a final answer today. I'll be able to answer that
Today? Okay.
today.
Yeah, just send it to the clerk. All right, so we have a motion and a second to use $1,075,000 for chipping and grinding and the purchase of a scale from ARPA. So in that amendment, is there a specific fund? ARPA is fund what? I thought I saw it up here. 391? Is that correct? So $1,075,000 from 391 to Fund 9?
Is that the exact right amount, or do we have to come up with some other money?
Fund 9? Say it again.
You need to leave it in Fund 391, because that's where we track the ARPA money. We'll just set up the
right.
categories in 391.
So the amendment is to set up a category within 391 for $1,075,000. We have a motion second. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. That motion carries 5-0. Ms. Hart, hold on, Ms. Hart, real quick. Do we want to come back to ARPA, or do you want to try to?
Well, I just want us to make sure that we put an important peg.
Oh, of course.
In that note that we need a driver for this equipment and other equipment. So we can revisit it later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, of course. While we're here at ARPA, do we want to come back and visit ARPA? I think it's about, what does that make left? About 700,000. Do we want to come back to that? Or we look at it and
Are you saying there's more ARPA money left?
yes, it's more ARPA money left, and it has to be allocated or spent by the end of this year. And I don't know, colleagues, if there was some conversation on some of that going toward anything that could deal with economic development, or if there were any ideas. But I'll just put a peg there right now. If there's nothing anybody else has as an idea, so I'll put a peg there right now. All right, let's go. We want to go ahead and go to the salary lines. We can go and deal with public works since they're right here. So Public Works has 27 vacancies, 1.4 million approximately. And the question is out of the priority in the needs in the Public Works Department. I believe what I'm hearing this body say is we want to make sure that there's a way that these needed spots are paying a competitive salary and competitive wage, so that in the event of us getting the equipment, we know that there is a driver. So I guess the question is, if we're going to try to achieve this within the department, and I know this deals with all of Public Works, what are some of the positions that we haven't been able to deal with for some years now, where we can use those monies to add to those most needed salary lines to get them competitive? And if the council can provide direction to help them in the figuring into those things that we also view priority. I think what was already said was the CDL driver, is that
It's priority.
that's priority. Are there any additions? And so,
So let me make sure I understand this. The 27 vacancies, okay, those are vacancies that aren't filled, and the salaries that are still budgeted for in the budget book are $1,450,000 that's been budgeted, but they're not being, that there's nobody in those positions right now? Is that what you're saying?
go ahead.
Sharon Timms, I have been working with the Department of Public Works. They do have a lot of vacancies, and from my sit-downs with them just about weekly is they're having difficulty because of what we pay. I have told them, let me and HR work with them this year. I'm asking that you don't cut their vacancies, because what I've said is we can take and pause. We can put some positions active, inactive, and get the salaries up, at least get some people on board. They're in bad shape. I'm just telling you, I'm being honest. We have one person out there to work on signals. We have 2 people striping the roads. We have 2 or 3 people putting up signs. We've got to get some employees in there. And what I have told them, I am willing to sit and work with them every week if we have to get employees into there. And it may take using this money to make those arrangements. We have to cut some, but add some.
All right, let me say this and add this, and then, of course, Councilman Hartley, you can chime, but let me add this, because the goal for us is to pass a budget, and I am afraid that if some of these priorities are not at least seen or in here now, the votes aren't there to pass it. So this is not something that we might be able to carry on, from what I'm hearing across this dais. So my suggestion is, if Public Works can get together and huddle up, figure out your necessary components, and then in figuring out your necessary components, look at what you can free up to make this work and come back to us as soon as possible. Can we do that? All right, thank you. And let us know when you're ready, and we'll come back. Anything you want to add to that? Is that sufficient, colleagues?
That's, actually, that's what I had in mind.
Okay.
Look, you guys need to be looking at the priorities. You know that cleaning up is a priority. You know that having drivers for the landfill and CDLs is a priority. You know, all these things, road striping. If we need to move from Peter to pay Paul to increase these salaries, let's find these vacant positions that we could possibly do without. And we're counting on you to make those decisions. So, but we need to increase to make ourselves competitive, keep people in those jobs and retain them. We can't have a revolving door. That doesn't help us. That kicks us back to zero. And so we got to keep these folks paid. Okay.
I totally agree. We have become a training ground. We train equipment operators,
can't
they
do
move
that.
on. We can't continue to do
We
it
can't
that.
become a training ground. No.
I got a follow-up question, Ms. Timms. I'm looking at I've been looking at the salaries and how much is actual year-to-date. In many cases, it's half or 1/3 of the salary that's budgeted. But there's a line item here on page 154 for stormwater management salaries, and it's got budget item of 200,000, but then it's got nothing for previous revised budgets. So evidently this is a new line item for stormwater management. Can somebody brief me
It's a
on-
new division that was created because they didn't have a division for stormwater.
So-
And they needed, there was needs. We have permits that we have to have, so
So who are we trying to hire there? Is it
We-
3 or 4 people or what?
they're already on board.
But it doesn't
no,
show that
well,
we spent any
no, wait.
money on it.
Here's the new manager.
Okay.
Good morning. Andrea Holmes, Stormwater. What, I actually inherited a couple of folks that was left over from water and sewer, in which I've trained them. And one's about to go through their certification as it relates to an inspector next month. But I did request 2 other positions. I did take on a female, which she'll act as my administrative support. This is me utilizing what we already had and training those folks so they wouldn't lose their jobs. And I did request a trainer / environmental outreach person, which was put into my budget, and another inspector.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. Tell me your name again?
Andrea Holmes.
Andrea Holmes, I appreciate it. So we've got a lot of storm water issues in Ward 1 because, Hanging Moss Creek and White Oak Creek and Purple Creek, when they have big rain up in Madison County, we get flash floods that come through and cause erosion and other stuff. So how is your department going to help us in addressing that?
Okay.
What are the services you're going to provide?
Yes, sir. So basically what we're responsible for is the permit that's issued through the state, through MDEQ. We ensure that there's 6 minimum control measures that have to be followed as it relates to the permit that we have to have. And this is done and all across the country. And we are a phase 1 permit, MS4 permit holder, but we are actually, what I'm trying to do now is build this program basically from scratch. We had not been doing it, being totally active like we should have been, and that's what I'm doing now. That's the reason why we've tried to divisionalize it. I've asked for basically what I've worked along with MDEQ to do right now, and what I propose in this budget is to help us get re-permitted.
So the permit, okay, how does that impact the citizens that live alongside White Oak Creek? I mean, a permit to me sounds good, but does that improve their lives?
Well, if we get things in place, yes, sir, it would. But we've gone from doing nothing to trying to build the program, and that's what our efforts are going towards currently. So we can be more active in what's necessary to get these things done.
So okay.
It's to help streamline the process.
What process?
And,
We just
well,
stop the floods?
one of the things, Councilman Foote, is that it's a requirement. We have to have a stormwater discharge permit because we discharge our stormwater into the Pearl River. We have to have it. And having it, there has to be certain things on there that we have to do as a city, prevent pesticides from getting in the drainage way, sedimentation, oils and greases from parking lots. All that stuff is required in the permit, in addition to keeping our curbs clean.
Okay.
And doing other inspections so that the stormwater doesn't pollute.
I think you should be in charge of making the vac truck, getting the vac trucks.
Well, I think you were out, but
Right.
we discussed this part, and she's
Okay.
working hand in hand with the infrastructure department,
Okay.
which then the question goes, do they have enough funding to get these things done?
Yeah.
And we talked about
On that aspect of it, it's more of a infrastructure issue when it comes to the cleaning of the.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
So what we do, we just make sure that that all of the divisions, including what the stormwater division is responsible for, gets done, and I have to report this annually
All right.
to the state.
All right, so
Okay, thank you, appreciate you.
thank you, Councilman Hartley, for the clarity to keep us here. So let's go back and then, because I believe there was some requests for stormwater, we're gonna go back there, but let's go to Mr. Wright, because I think what we're looking at now is what adjustments can be made within public works personnel to get those salaries competitive across the board to get these prioritized things done. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. What we'll do, as been stated, and as Sharon mentioned, we'll go and take a look and see what is absolutely necessary in terms of personnel within Public Works, and to make sure that those salaries are competitive in those positions that we will not be filling. We will look at the salaries that we're paying and help augment the salaries of those that we are filling in order.
When you gonna do that?
Well, you said in short order, so we're gonna have to go and do that
So
now.
I thought you already had it.
Oh, no.
Because
No,
we
you-
listen. We're trying to make amendments today. As
Okay.
of right now, we are scheduled. As of right now, we are scheduled to adopt this budget tomorrow.
Okay.
So whoever need to go huddle up in the corner, go somewhere, do something.
We'll do that.
Mr. Wright, one other thing. I know these decisions has to be quick and they has to be somewhat precise. One thing you can use to triage, to prioritize, is our 311 system. What are we getting the most citizens' complaints on? Okay, that's one way to look at it. Open dumps, potholes, et cetera, road, street markers. The other thing is, what are causing our people to leave? What are those quality of life issues? People who said, hey, I'm out of here. That's going to reduce our tax base, and then we'll be in a larger pickle than we are now. So again, triaging this thing a little bit. Hey, what are the people complaining about the most? And if they're not over there saying, hey, this is affecting my quality of life, then maybe that thing could be a priority B instead of a priority A. Okay? Thank you, sir.
All right. So while you're looking at the personnel, let's go back to making sure that let's just kind of hash Public Works out. So as far as stormwater, and I'm trying to see it here, the additional funding of 115,000, that was already added.
That was part of the move that you did earlier. When we moved all that money around,
Okay.
is so that I could cover that.
All right, so that was added. And so the total budget amount is 763,000. So there are no other requests in stormwater that we needed. Okay, so that's taken care of. All right, solid waste, all except for the personnel, I think we've taken care of. All right, infrastructure. All right, and I think that we're already they're working on the personnel when it comes to infrastructure. Let's deal with the priorities that they have. I see a small paver, I see a Ford F-150, a Ford F-250, a heavy-duty trailer, a knuckle boom truck, a skid steer sweeper attachment for $818,000. I see remainder of equipment, $520,000. I don't know what the remainder of equipment means. But is this accurate as of the request on that end for Public Works?
I think Ms. Weathers left.
Okay,
I need to look at, I'm not sure Central Supply got added in there,
Central Supply.
which is 400.
All right, so Public Works, while you all are huddling up, I see in your infrastructure need, your priority, small paver, Ford F-150, Ford F-250, heavy-duty trailer, knuckle boom truck, skid steer sweeper attachment, about $818,000, and then I see remainder equipment, which is not itemized, about $520,000. If you could look at that also, and if any of those will be included in your master lease, or if there's anywhere that needs to be immediate purchases, and then that way just give a run through all of that, and that will be all the information, unless colleagues, you have something else that we will need from Public Works. And I'm trying to get them everything they need so they can get everything back to us. We good? Go ahead, Councilman Foote.
It's great to get these new pieces of equipment, whether it's Ford F-150 or knuckle booms, whatever. But I'm concerned about equipment that's out at the motor pool that may need, it may be very valuable if we get it repaired to heavy-duty equipment.
All right.
If we could get some sort of summary from, I guess it's Mr. Hudson, whoever
No,
operates.
all right, so provide an assessment and a summary with that when you come back. All right,
Of the status of equipment that's in the motor pool. Thank you.
all right. So, all right, so provide a summary and assessment when we get back. All right. What's this master lease stuff? So let's go through departments, the personnel needs and all this kind of stuff, and then we'll come right back to master lease as they get. All right, so that's Public Works. They're getting their stuff together. They're going back to us. Let's see. Let's go to human. I think we got parks mostly out of the way, right? I think we did. All right, let's go to.
Mr. Banks, excuse me, still waiting for some clarification on lighting.
On the lighting, that is it. Keep me reminded. So we're waiting. All right, we're waiting on clarification on the lighting from parks, Public Works, whatever I just said, and let's go to Human and Cultural Service. We cool with that? Let's go to Human and Cultural Service. I see, all right, a lot of this is very vague. Facility care, maintenance, security, staffing, information technology, programming, parking lot needed for Smith Robinson Museum Planetarium will need staffing for fall 25, wage increase for summer youth, early childhood development center. All of this is, all right, so we get to some info. It says early childhood development centers, 170,000. Division of Family and Youth Service, 12,000. So $12 per hour pay increase for youth workers, not added into 12,000. I think I'm reading that right. Smith Robinson Museum, 269,000. Senior Centers, 255,000. Art Center of Mississippi, 2.7 million. Mississippi Art Gallery, 79,000. Planetarium, 245,000. Total cost of $3,700,000, basically 3.7 million. I don't know if anybody from Human and Cultural Services on, but is any of this already included within your budget?
Hi, this is Dr. Scott with Human and Cultural Services, and also got our fiscal officer on the line, at least one of them. But can you repeat your question?
With your request, you have Early Childhood Development Center, 170,000. Division of Family and Youth Services, it calls for a $12 per hour increase for youth workers. And it says not added in 12,000. So if they could clarify that. In addition, Smith Robinson Museum and Cultural Center, 265,000 approximately. Thurmar Hall cost not included in the report. That's what it says. Senior Centers, 225,000. Art Center of Mississippi, 2.7 million. Mississippi Arts Gallery, 79,500. Planetarium, 245,000, for a total cost of 3.7 million in request. And then, of course, you have some other things that deal with priorities: faculty care, maintenance, security, staff, information technology, but there's no cost associated. So based on your request that you've presented, is any of that already included within your budget?
Some of those things, yes. And the numbers that we submitted were minus what we already were able to find in our budget to cover some of our requests. So, yes, sir.
All right, so can you clarify to us the specific request that is not included in your budget? Is that something that you need some time?
The only thing that's actually included in our budget is what we found that we normally gave to Greater Jackson Arts Council for the 105. We reallocated that money. That's the only thing that is included.
All right.
The rest of it is not.
All right, so the rest of it are real requests. All right. So, it's basically the 3.7 minus 105,000. Is that what I hear?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, Council President Lindsay.
Yes, thank you. So I thought I saw planetarium staffing in your budget. Is that not in, I mean, we knew that was coming. It's not in your proposed budget?
No, currently in that line, for salaries for planetarium is only for the planetarium manager. And right now, that salary is actually being used to pay the auditorium manager. That's the Thalia Hall manager. So um, there are not budgeted salaries for Thalia Hall.
Okay, so I believe if
I'm sorry, the planetarium.
okay, so I think that planetarium staffing's got to be a priority because, as I understand it, toward the end of this budget cycle, you will need to have staff on site getting ready to open a planetarium, right? More than just Mr. Williams, right?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. More than just Mr. Williams. Of most urgent need is the education coordinator and some administrative support, which we refer to, I guess, in some regard as an event coordinator. Um, so those two are the most pressing. But then, of course, there are at least about 20 positions total, but for immediate hire, about at least 6 months prior to opening, which that's expected November of 2025. Um, those are the two most pressing that Mike has stated need to be filled about 6 months prior to, or as soon as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I am. So Dr. Scott, I agree with you that you do need those two positions, filled so you can open and run the planetarium. But then I know you're going to need additional staff, but I am assuming that once the planetarium is open, there will be revenue generated and that you can fill those other positions more readily once you are generating in revenue, right?
That's the plan, yes, ma'am. And
Okay. All right. So how much do you need in that salary line? I don't have it in front of me. I know you gave it to us, but I don't have it in front of me. In your presentation, I think you said how much, and maybe it's in this sheet of paper I'm supposed to, I don't see those two positions. What's the total you need for that? Education coordinator and event coordinator.
Okay. Also, with the planetarium, the planetarium has no budget as far as like utilities or anything like that.
Yeah, because
so
it's
all
not
of that
open.
will also need to be included.
Wait, say again. I'm sorry. All right, it doesn't have a budget because it's not.
All of that it's not operable right now, correct? But if we're trying to get everything in order to open up October 1, that means the utilities and everything will need to be done within this upcoming fiscal year.
Ma'am, yes, I understand. So can you tell, you just need these two positions in this budget, right? Am I missing something?
We need those two positions and utilities.
And utilities.
We need something in our utility line.
What we need is a total amount.
I think he can ask. I think he wanted to pay the education coordinator, I think it was $75, Dr. Scott. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's including the fringes, 75, and that's inclusive of the fringes for the education coordinator.
I couldn't really hear that. I'm sorry.
For the education coordinator, the most crucial position is estimated about 75, and it's including fringes.
Okay.
And for the event coordinator, do you know how much he was proposing for that, Demetra?
It was roughly 50.
Roughly 50.
I'm sorry, 50 or 60? I couldn't really hear.
Roughly 50.
Okay, 50. And does that include fringe as well?
And that 50 does not include fringes, so that would
I
have
know
to
we're
be
sitting
added.
here trying to hammer out this budget, so what we need are numbers that are real, like right now.
And I see, because we got your presentation pulled. If you could get, and you might need to get somebody here to get with finance to verify some of your numbers that are presented, because again, we are in the process of going through department to make these amendments. And to try to see what change we can achieve. If you can huddle up quickly, just like Public Works is doing, and get those things together based on your request.
Mr. Banks, one
Yeah.
other thing, it's these two positions, but also we need a really good estimate on what you think your utilities are gonna be in the last quarter of, or whatever it is, a half a year, quarter of a year for the planetarium.
Yeah. And then
Okay.
you have,
Okay. Wait.
you have your like, for example, you got event coordinator for entire department, 35,000. That, all of that is incomplete. We need to have complete numbers to make real amendments. And then where you got more competitive salaries, 50,000, what's that, who is that, what that mean? And then it says all to make at least $15 per hour. What's that, how many, what that mean? I need total numbers that are amendment ready. And I don't know if somebody can get here to get with finance
Okay.
Okay.
quickly, but we need that to happen. So any other questions for Human and Cultural Service before we come to, go ahead, Fidelis.
Yeah, I think while you huddle up, just like Public Works is doing, in terms of how to cover these expenses, looking at your vacancies, right? Because one is we've got to figure out how to cover these expenses. And according to this document we received yesterday, it does show, I think,
180,000?
20 vacancies for...
Human and Culture?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay, 180,000.
So Dr. Scott, based on what we got for finance, you got 4 vacant positions, and that frees up about 180,000. So look in your division and see what you can do without. I mean, from fuel man to cutting that, from vehicles that you don't need, look and find it so that we can see what we can do. All right? Councilman Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There used to be a fund, an endowment that somebody put in place to fund the planetarium, some modest amount of money. Is that Horner Fund? Is that still in place? Do we still get some money from that?
We do have the Horner Fund. We do.
What's, is that, so is that in part of your budget? How much do you expect to get?
I think roughly they cut us a check every, I think is maybe September, October, I'm not sure. But some of that is being used for the construction or the renovation of the planetarium, a portion of that.
Okay. What is the annual pay that you get from the Horner Fund, do you know? I mean, at some point when they finish the construction, it should go to the operations.
Correct.
We'll have that number for you as well when we get back with the other ones.
You know, with this new planetarium and all the efforts that have been generated to spend all this money, I would hope we could set up a Friends of the Planetarium type of endowment okay, but we need to go, they need to they need to promote that and raise some money. Thank you.
Okay. So Human and Cultural Service, before you huddle, I think we need to send a message so they won't do work that's unnecessary. Let me ask this question, colleagues, and ask by way of a straw poll, yay or nay, and we'll go down the line starting with 1 to 7. Does anybody have the appetite, or is there the appetite, yay or nay, to give $2.7 million to the Arts Center of Mississippi? Yeah, they're asking $2.7 million.
Mr. Banks, I don't think we can seriously consider that as part of this budget. That would have to be something like, if we're
Okay.
really going to do this bond issue, that would be something we'd have to consider. But as I mentioned before, I think that that is a deeper conversation.
All right, so that's a nay. So they
Nay
won't,
from me.
all right, that's a nay for me
I've
as,
been very clear about that.
yeah, that's a nay for me as well. Mr. Griselle, what say you on that?
It's a no.
All right. Councilman Foot, what say you on that? All right. Mr. Hartley, what say you on that? Yay?
On the Arts Center?
On the Arts Center?
$2.7 million.
Yeah, $2.7 million on the Arts Center. Everybody else has said nay. All right.
Apologize. I was.
All right.
And
I thought I heard part of the conversation, but yeah,
So-
no.
So, yeah,
no,
work
no,
with it.
nay, no way.
All right. Work with it
Joe,
without considering that. It's a nay on that, all completely. And that could come up as deeper.
and can I say something,
Go ahead.
Mr. President? Those were estimates at when we did our budget hearing with the mayor and fiscal. We had estimates. They requested that we do a comprehensive assessment of all the needs of all of our facilities, and that one particular manager was very successful in getting comprehensive numbers to us for his facility. All managers were not successful in doing that, but that is a total number, a comprehensive number of all the repairs that he has found that need to be made. And so, whatever consideration that you all can give to putting some funding towards that building would be greatly appreciated, even if it's not 2.7 million, because that includes a total roof replacement. So, that's not necessarily feasible, but I just want to put that out there.
Oh, no, respect on that. But as far as the 2.7, it's a nay. You're free to draw up another proposal with a whole lot lesser amount, and or maybe some type of phase plan over the years, and where you might see that starting. But as of right now, there's a nay. So while you're considering all that, just add that to your consideration. Any other comments or questions for planning? I mean, not planning, I'm sorry, Human and Cultural Service. All right.
I mean, Mr.
Yes,
Banks,
yes.
I think, I can't remember if we've dealt with this in another way, but I do know that there's been a lot of conversation about the needs of Smith Robertson, and I also think there's been some conversation about the senior citizens and making sure that we get some funding for in which frankly the senior citizens I think emerged as a priority among my colleagues, among all of us.
True. So Dr. Scott, your senior centers are a priority, so when you're looking at that, and I think there was a question, is the Northside Drive Senior Center still online? It's not.
No, it's not. It's not.
No.
That building is not habitable, and it was closed down for that reason. And there was some interest in it earlier this year, and care maintenance went out there and looked, and it was just deemed that it was not anything that we could use right now in the condition that it's in.
So that's
And those things have been split between Tougaloo Center and the TL Love Center.
Those seniors are being split between the Tougaloo Center and TL Love Center.
Okay, so there is a asset or a building that the city has that's a nuisance.
Yes, and I've been told that people utilize it for different things, but not anything sanctioned. But yes, I think I would consider it a nuisance. I think it's considered what is it? Excess property? What do you call that?
Surplus. Well,
Surplus.
Whatever it is, we got to do a better job at. We're expecting commercial businesses and residents to keep their properties in compliance and not be nuisance. And I know this is not on you, Dr. Scott, but I'm just saying in general, we got to do a better job of controlling our own nuisance properties. You had something, Mr. Miller, back?
Yes, and I might have missed a a bit of the conversation. So in terms of senior centers, were we talking about repairs?
Yes.
Right. So one thing we have to remember, can maintenance, I know Councilman Foote, you asked for an additional $1 million to be allocated. That's the division that typically handles a lot of the maintenance and care. So
That's already
that
in
would be
there?
covered, right?
Okay.
Well, we don't know because based on what we appropriated, her cost could be a whole lot more than what that is. And then there are other things across the city. And we can go back into Zurich and increase that if we need to. So if these directors all across the city can have some type of estimate of what their repairs will need to be, as we're going through this, that still would be helpful. Because we might need to bump it up. And I think that we're open to that. Okay.
I know Mr. Wright had a list yesterday. Did he complete going through that yesterday?
Oh, so he didn't get a chance to go. So when he finished doing his huddling up and they come back, then somebody remind me, clerk, for Mr. Wright to go through that complete list. Yes.
And one other really important thing that we talked about when this department was making its presentation was that they really need a bump up in security. These are public buildings largely that draws a lot of people, and we are having significant and serious issues with security around these buildings, especially when they're open and people are coming to them. So I don't know what that budget line looks like or what I don't see a specific ask on increasing security.
Madam President, they actually have security here as a priority.
They do, but
There's
there's
just
no
no
number.
number.
There's
And
no
so,
number.
Dr. Scott,
Oh.
if you can look at those priorities that you've given us, where there's no number associated, and I thought that we asked that you.
Yes, and we did. We sent I sent it to all the council members and administration as well. And Miss Jordan even replied, asking for clarity specifically regarding security, and what the ask was for. But what I know we did not provide is like a total comprehensive number. It was based pretty much on facility. It was facility by facility. So we could come back with a total number, for coverage that we're requesting for all the facilities. But main priority was for that block where there's the Thalliamar Hall Art Center, Planetarium, Convention Center, for a person to actually provide security for that block, preferably two. I think that's what Ms. Jordan was asking for clarity for. Was I requesting one person or two, and what the salary or estimated salary was for that? But we can come back with a total number altogether, because I did submit the updated presentation with breakdown per facility.
So is your security cost $30,000?
Just for the art center, or not the art center, but that block that includes the art center, for one person. And that's only like an 8 to 5 shift. That's not 24 hours. That's not even 2 shifts. So
Mr. Banks, may I interrupt?
Go ahead.
8 to 5 really, I would think, doesn't really serve the art center well, because the patrons aren't there at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I think we need to think about this on when the people will be there, and look at the hours of operation for the planetarium, and especially with it opening. I would, and get us some numbers on what this looks like.
okay.
Completely agree with that.
So, are these like estimates or direct numbers? I'm seeing 25,000 repairs, 15,000 computers, 55,000 security, 10,000 salaries.
And one other quick question, Mr. Banks. So for this security for that block, would this person also be, or, the staff, would this staff person be responsible for security when there's an event at Thalliamara, or are the people who are renting Thalliamar responsible for their own security?
Yeah, so I guess that's why we need the clarification, because in order for us to make the amendment, if it's gonna be a contract, if it's gonna be staff, so that we can know the proper line item to place it. Am I correct, Ms. Timms? So is there somebody that can provide some guidance or help to clarify what they need to, how they need to have it, so that we can deal with it?
Yes, and I was going to let her know that Ms. Stella had also did the fringes on that position that was 50,000, and it'll be a total of 62,837.50.
Are
So
you
if we're
copying
going,
this, Ms. Scott?
Yes, 62,830.
yeah, which is a total of 137,837.50 that they would need for the two positions, but she said 6 months, so you would have that
All right, thank
for
you.
this year, and it'll be a full 137 for next year.
All right, and then any emails, and I know you mentioned, but just anything that you sent the council, make sure that the clerk is always copied on that, because we're not always in a position to check our emails, especially when we're in budget hearings from 10 to 5.
One more
So,
thing, Mr. Banks.
yes.
Ms. Scott, if you could let us know when the contractor will be done and we will take over the utilities, that would help me to determine how much we need to budget there, because I can look at the history on that building and kind of know what we need to budget for the year, for this year.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Scott, how long you think it'll be before you can get everything ready for us?
Let's see. We can give us to 2 o'clock, 1 or 2.
All right, that's good. She said 1 or 2. You try your best. Try your best. All right. All right. That's Human and Cultural Services. Let's go to Human Resources. That should be easy. Human Resources is just requesting 45,000, and their vacancies. Human Resource.
Mr. Banks, they included that in their budget.
So everything's included in their budget. So Human Resources is, all right, good. So they're good. Great. Let's go to Information Technology. All right. So I see feasibility study 200,000. I see
Information technology.
IT, yeah. I see salary increase 415,000. Professional service 150,000. Building repairs $800. Fiber maintenance 188,000. Computer software 255,000. Vehicle maintenance $375. Total 1.7 mil. And then there's a total of 20 vacancies for 903,000.
That was copied. I think that 675,000 is what their vacancies is. I'm sorry, there was a mistake there.
All right, give me the correct number for their vacancies.
I'll have to go add it up again. I was just adding it back there.
All right, we'll discuss this. How, is somebody from ITO? How many vehicles does IT have?
I think we should just give it a 0. Give them a 0.
One second. HR, that 45,000, Ms. Timms, that came from fund balance? To balance that out? Did that come from fund balance? All right, I won't take nothing out of fund balance for that. Unless, colleagues, there's an objection.
Well, I mean, everybody's budget, nobody flatlined. So the 6.1, I gave you the highlights of the big things that happened, like the PERS, the raises, the insurances. So, I mean, everybody's budget overall, that's what it took to balance the budget back up, because nobody's budget actually flatlined. And they couldn't, because part of it is the PERS. It went up July 1st, it'll go up again July 1st for the next 3 years. So that's an increase that we're gonna have every year that we can't get away from. So to say that 45, that 45 could have been within her PERS. Because when she asked for it, we put it in, but once we applied the PERS, then that's what we had to do to finally balance the whole budget.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
is Ms. Martin around where she can answer these questions about her budget?
No, Councilman Griselle, she's at a conference.
Okay. Is there anyone else from the department around?
Anybody else from personnel? Mr. Griselle is requesting, is there anybody from personnel that can answer some questions? Or human resources, can we get them on? Okay.
I mean, because I would personally like clarity about, what she has in there, but, if it's the will of the body to keep moving, that's fine too.
Mr. Griselle, her increases was to get an ID machine, so when they onboard new employees, that they can issue their ID, because sometimes we've had issues. Right now, the police department is having to do that, so that's an extra burden on them, and sometimes the machine's not working, so we really needed a new one overall anyway. So the decision was kind of made that she was the one that we should do it, because they're the one actually doing the hiring and onboarding everyone. And the other ask was, I think she asked for 5,000 more in her training, just to make sure all her people can go to training every year and get the training that they needed. And then she asked for an additional $10,000, I think, to be added to the insurance position, so that we could get somebody qualified in here to do the insurance.
So that position was not filled yet?
Are we talking about human resources or IT?
We're talking about
We're back
human
to
resources.
HR.
We went back to HR.
Oh, so we're talking about HR now?
Yes, we're gonna go back to human. Mr. Griselle
I
had a
believe,
question
Mr.
about
Griselle,
HR.
she has filled that position. I know she had advertised it and was doing interviews. So if she hasn't, I think it's just a matter of her making the selection, because it was advertised and she's done interviews.
I'd like to ask Ms. Martin at HR, ask for her insights on our challenges in filling some of these slots. We've got so many vacancies. I would be interested in if she's doing, exit interviews and other things like that, would give us some insight into the challenges we face in filling these slots across the city government.
All right. So one of the clerks will make sure that that information get on to Toy, but as it was stated, she's out of, Ms. Martin, but she's out of the conference. But hopefully somebody from HR is getting on to be able to answer the questions of colleagues. Somebody just do the math real quick on what is 5% of 7.9 million. $7.9599012. In other words, what's 5% of IT? $300 what? All right. Ms. Timms, with some of the moves that have been made to put things or to pay for with fund balance, let's leave that wide open right now, because we may very well do some things necessary with some cuts to make sure that we can leave fund balance, because we're going to have to go into fund balance to make some of these decisions. But then we might trim some areas where we see fat. All right. So do this for me, Mr. Mellenbecker. If you could ask IT if she was to cut 5 or 10%. 10% is what? How much? Yeah. 700,000. All right. Yeah. 700,000. It's the tithe. All right. So basically, if she had to cut 5 or 10%, if she could propose to you where she would cut that, I'm looking at the vacant positions. All right. I'm looking at the vacant positions. That
675, 832.
675, 832. All right, 675, 832. And so 5% of it was 3 what? $397,950. Colleagues, so what we got is some of the things where some of these departments went over to balance the budget in this presentation. She took it against fund balance. There was nothing done to try to, usurp the authority of this body, but basically just wanting to present us a balanced budget overall. So I don't want us to take that the wrong way. We got clarity on that earlier. I think in being smart when we're looking at this, as we're making cuts like the 45,000, she got these positions, over here. Maybe we could take that 45,000, pull it out of fund balance, use part of that 397 to fulfill that. So that's what we're kind of looking at as we kind of go through this. Okay. But we will hear Mr. Mellenbecker if you know the answer, because IT is under you, correct? It is under you. Is it? How do you know how many of these positions she has been within a year or two? Say that one more time. So you mean to tell me we had 20 people? How many employees she got? So out of 42, you have 50% turnaround in 1 year?
Yeah, we need somebody to answer that question.
Hi.
All right.
Hi, Miriam Reed.
All right. In your budget, well, one of the things that was just brought to our attention, and good, is it morning? Good morning.
Yes.
For 5 minutes.
Great day. How are you?
One, it was just brought to your attention out of the 42 employees that you had like a 50% turnaround. Can you talk through that?
Sure. So what we've been experiencing is some of our employees are not as tech savvy as they should be in these different positions. Technology changes, so we can no longer operate on technology from the 1970s. We're needing to operate in 2024. So some have parted ways with us and others have gone through the process of disciplinary action.
All right. So let me ask this question, and this is going to help us out a lot. I see you have a proposal for salary. I see you have a proposal for salary increases, approximately 415,000.
Yes.
And it looks like 675,822 is what you have in vacancies. Do you have to fill those vacancies?
We're looking to fill those vacancies now, yes.
All right. So let me tell you kind of where we are. We're trying to deal with these requests within departments. And we're trying to come away from using fund balance because I think that there are some other priorities that we're going to look at when it comes to fund balance. And so what we've been asking in every department is kind of going back and looking at this. Public Works is huddled up now. I believe, who else is huddled up? Human and Cultural Services is huddled up right now. And they're going and they're looking and prioritizing on how they can meet those goals. it seems to me, just looking at this, if you have a staff that you can get through with this year and do some salary increases, it seems to me if you could do without these 20 vacant positions, you might be able to achieve getting some of your salary increases and then prioritize that money in some other areas. What are your thoughts?
Well, in order for us to participate in some of the broadband initiatives, we would need people that's skilled in that area. We currently don't have people that's skilled in that area. So that's one area.
Is it possible to revamp your area to get quality over quantity?
Absolutely, yes.
All right.
And that's what we're doing right now.
All right, so that's what I'm asking. All right, you have this 415,000 in salary increases, right? To get
Yes.
good quality, and then you can hire this broadband person and this person, and I'm just making these suggestions. That does not necessarily mean an approval, but I'm just making suggestions. And I see some other requests. What you have freed up is 675,000. Your proposed salary increase is 415,000. First of all, is that 415,000 a verified amount by planning? HR? Is that verified? The HR verified it?
That was based on the salary amounts we have now, and I did an increase of 25% across the board.
Okay. All right. And that it, and across the board, is that including all 42 positions or just the field positions?
The ones that's filled.
So this salary proposal is just the ones that this field. And so let's just kind of go through this so we can see what we can do and get to a good place. You have your feasibility study, and you have two phases. You have a salary increase, your professional service, building repairs, 800. That's small fruit. Vehicle maintenance, 375. That's small fruit. Computer software, 255. Fiber maintenance, 188. And we asked, but in categorizing the importance, what is your most important thing that you have to have? And you can't say all of them. That is not fair.
Okay. Salaries, computer software, and we definitely need to do the feasibility study.
All right. And the feasibility study, and you say phase one, 200,000, 4 to 6. If you would remind the body what the feasibility study is for.
So that gives us a roadmap on how we should proceed with our underserved and unserved communities in the city of Jackson. So we have to identify what those areas are through the feasibility study, and it is required in order for us to participate in these initiatives.
All right. Grants Division, is it possible to work very, very hard with the spirit of faith and get this achieved? Because I know part of this will be technical assistance type funding. I know there's a lot of federal funding out there available for that. Is it possible to work hard and you all mark this as a goal and a priority for that division? Sandra? Have you looked at DRA? DRA. Delta Regional Authority. Okay. All right. But you know what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah. So all right.
Right. We've been in communications with grants, so we are working to apply for grants, but we do need the feasibility study in order to participate.
All right. And your computer software, that was 255. And that's like upgrades or that new? Help me understand.
Yes. So we'll have a few systems that will require an upgrade. Like for example, our Unitrend, we have Unitrend, we'll have Microsoft, and I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but we have a few computer software systems that we will have to upgrade this year.
Okay. Okay. All right. And that is for sure 255. Is that an estimate?
That is an estimate.
Okay. All right. All right.
That's based on what we're currently paying. And we've spoken with the providers to see how much it would be this upcoming year. And so that's where the number comes from.
All right. Sharon, was there anything in her bottom line that had to be paid for through fund balance? Or had to come against fund balance?
Other than the PERS that is hitting everybody.
So the PERS is everybody, but there's nothing like in HR,
No.
so nothing coming against. Colleagues, let me ask you a question. In her total request, they're just trying to push us along. She has about 675,000 in vacancies. What if we did 300 toward her computer software and her fiber maintenance? They'll just do the best they can to figure it out, and then do 300 toward her salary increases. So out of that,
So you will, Chairman Banks, are you saying that you will cut the vacancies?
yes.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I mean, when you say cut the what does cut the vacancies mean? You eliminate the positions? Is that what you're, when you say cut the vacancies, tell us
So
what
I asked the question, quality over quantity.
Mhm.
And just to clarify, and so when we look at the quality, base of the quality, that means you paying your people more to do more instead of having more on staff. We want to help achieve some of these goals, but we can only work with what we got. And then also we want to be able to replenish fund balance to take care of other priorities. I think Hartley was first. I don't know which one of y'all was first.
You can go.
Okay, I've got a few questions here. I mean, I understand the idea you talked about. Some of these people weren't up to speed with, they were working off technologies in the 1970s. That's kind of where I am, working on technology in the 1970s. But so you had to let them go or whatever, and then you're asking for a 25% increase across the board for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem with that. I mean, if you really high level people that you need that can work with Microsoft, the latest iteration of Oracle or whatever it might be, I think it should be more job specific, where you increase 3 or 4 slots that where you need expertise in database software or whatever it might be, and you increase those salaries. But to just do a 25% across the board salary increase for everybody, that doesn't sound like you're really targeting the specific expertise that you might need in the AI, in the IT department, not the AI department, but the IT department.
AI department.
Yeah. So, and the other question I've got is fiber maintenance, $188,000. What exactly? What is the maintenance you have to do? I know we got a lot of fiber buried around here. What is the $188,000? Does that go to some firm that comes in and does connections or something? What is that exact? What is it?
So, right. So the positions that I'll answer your first question first. So the positions now, these positions are being transformed for IT today, not IT from the 1970s as they were prior to. So which requires additional skills. You're working with a different infrastructure. You're working with trying to maintain a network that is that needs to be overhauled. There's a lot of issues there. So yes, people that have these expertise will need to be paid. That's one. And the second thing you were asking about fiber maintenance. Anytime we have a fiber break, I would estimate that being at least $10,000, depending on what happens. But that's a basis of a fiber break. And we do have them often because we have found out the mechanisms that's being used right now to lay fiber is not of best practices. So there are some things that we really have to just correct. And that's what we're trying to do. So 100 right now we're budgeted for like 150,000. And that's not enough.
How much did you spend on fiber maintenance last year or so far this year?
Oh, we'll run out of money this year.
How much?
We'll be
tell me how much you spent.
Right now, I think we are close to that 150,000 mark.
So you had 150,000. You're trying to increase the budget for the maintenance for fiber from 150 to 188. Is that it?
That's correct.
So it's actually an addition of 38,000.
Correct. And we've also had other departments to help out with fiber. For example, the fire department, they have pitched in and helped out with fiber repairs this year.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Councilman Hartley.
Yes, and basically, this is somewhat to my colleagues. My experience is anytime you have a 50% turnover, you got several issues going on. And I hope that we would tread lightly or consider it carefully when we're looking at these positions. But 50% turnover in 1 year, my experience is either a cleanse or a mutiny. And neither one of those are good. I'm hoping that when the dust settles here, we can get a full accounting from the administration on and HR, what happened to the reports going out, and from IT, what are their plans? If we're having this kind of reduction from our existing org chart, then we need a plan to go along with it. 25% increase to the remaining personnel. I sort of need a plan for that. I'm like my colleague, Mr. Foote. I don't quite see how this thing is going to work, and no one has given us a plan. So I know time is of the essence here, but I would just caution us to tread lightly with these positions until we can see the full story. Mr. Mellebecker, did you have some kind of comment?
Yeah, well, so one, obviously, I need to have a conversation with Dr. Reed, because I don't know what that 25% would represent, right? It might require, HR's involvement with doing studies, right, that have to come before the city council. Because if those fall outside the ranges, which, someone is close to the higher end of the range, that 25% will knock them out. So I think we need to do additional work there.
Yes.
But one thing I was going to ask Dr. Reed, so for instance, where we have computer software and fiber, most of it can be covered under Fund 4. And wondering with the projections, I know we've increased some of the rates for the partners that use the towers. So I'm wondering if any of that increase would be able to cover these costs that you're looking at for fiber and also for computer.
All right. I got a question. Yes.
This is a question for Dr. Reed. One of the big phenomenons in the cable business and watching TV is people cutting the cord and going to streaming instead of the cable boxes and all. And so that impacts Comcast and these companies that are paying us our fees for use of the towers, not so much the cable, but have y'all seen any reduction in the fees you're collecting, franchise fees, whatever, from the different on the revenue side? What's your revenue this past year from the different towers and other cable franchises? I assume it goes to, didn't that go to IT?
Tech fund.
Okay. What revenue did you generate this year from all those franchises and tower fees, Dr. Reed?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I know that it's over $4 million and we're still counting. And we have some checks that's going to be delivered to us soon.
Okay.
So we are looking at how we connect, because fiber may not be feasible for us any longer. So we do have to look at that. There are options that will reduce the cost. We have to look at how we're currently set up and then see how we could integrate these newer ways to connect.
Okay, thank
you. All right.
You will.
Mr. Banks?
Go ahead.
Okay, so back to the question at hand about the 20 positions. You protested when Mr. Banks suggested that we just use those vacancies to meet your needs for increasing the salaries of positions where you need higher knowledge and higher technology understanding. How many of those 20 positions do you really need?
I would say if we realign some positions, maybe, I would say maybe 10.
Okay, could you live with 5?
I would have to go back and see what that looks like.
And I am going to admit that I'm probably dealing in a technology world of 1970 or maybe 1965. So I'm not going to pretend to understand what your world is like. But I know that we have a lot of contracts come before us. I mean, your department is also being augmented by assistance from, contracts. And so I'm just wondering if we don't really need to look at a realignment of this department based on what you're talking about, and that is today's world, where really and truly with technology, the point is you need fewer people, but people with higher knowledge and greater skills. So I'm just encouraging you to get back with us very, very quickly on what this really looks like, because I totally agree. 25% across the board is not well thought through, in my opinion. And we really need to understand that we have a lot of needs and a lot of demands across the city. So I would ask that you come back with us pretty quickly on what this really needs to look like.
All right.
I do want to say that please remember that if technology, if we're not performing here in IT, nobody else in the city can work, period.
I understand that and I appreciate that. But I think this wish list we're looking at needs some tweaking.
Yeah, and Dr. Scott, not Dr. Scott, Dr. Reed, I understand your passion in saying that, but I want you to understand that when we go to conferences like NLC, we see new cities becoming tech cities with less employees. That is a fact. And so
Yes.
I want you to understand that as you're saying that, and as we're looking at national trends and looking at other cities that got Tech City awards like Virginia Beach, we're taking all that into consideration. And so, yeah, I just want to make sure, colleagues, I don't think she meant it how she said it, okay? Uh, or how that came off. But I just want to put that out there. Mr. Mellenbecker. Go ahead.
Well, just one reflection. I'm looking at the budget of the IT, which fortunately it's only about 5 pages, so you can actually sort of grasp the thing. And I look at the overall budget for IT from 2024, and it only changes by $10,000. Okay, and so it makes it a little frustrating because the budget we've been presented in no way reflects, what the head of the department is trying to do. And it would be great if the wishes of the chair of the department were reflected in the budget we were looking at. I just offer that as an observation that sort of makes it
And
frustrating.
Mr. Foote, that's true just about every department.
Yeah, but this really, because you can look at 5 pages.
Shorter.
Because these are additional requests that they're wanting added to their budgets. And you can see they're substantial. And they're substantial.
Yeah, I'm trying to, just based on this DS, and again, I want to remind everybody, we're talking about an active process where it takes 4 votes to adopt this budget. And if we listen across the DS, we're trying to get to a place to help you achieve what you want to achieve, but then also there's considerations that are being considered because there are other priorities that this body may see, which this is where those requests or those questions about what does it look like if we cut 5%, 10%, or 25% to help offset some of the other priorities. And so this is a active process. Mr. Mellenbecker, would you please chime in, sir?
Yeah, so, and Dr. Reed, this goes back to many conversations we've had, and I think want to help provide some clarity. Ms. Lindsay, what you mentioned. So we've talked about it in terms of looking at, and when I first looked at the IT staffing numbers, I thought it was high, right? And I thought we could get a greater benefit by, outsourcing certain components. And I think that's part of the work that she's doing. And so just wanted to make sure that I think she understands that concept. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And the other thing, and this has been an issue we've seen as an audit finding, is invoicing our vendors for the towers. So Dr. Reed is actually working on that now so that we can have a more realistic accounts receivable, right? We bill the vendors. The way it's been, we've expected the vendors to send us checks. And through the hard work of Dr. Reed, she was able to identify some stale checks. At some point, there was an issue with the mail where, these checks never came to us. So AT&T, held those checks and as part of unclaimed. So Dr. Reed was able to uncover that, and they've submitted that. And so that's why I'm asking for her to even look at her revenue lines. One with that, and the second piece is you've seen a number of orders come before you, increasing the rates for like Verizon and ceasefire and so forth. So hopefully that can provide a bump in revenue.
Yeah. So in Dr. Reed, in your request, with your feasibility, professional service, build and repair, well, of course, the build and repair, that should be taken care of in what we've already done. Vehicle maintenance, 375. Is that one vehicle?
No, that's going to be shared. We have some vehicles that need tires and brake pads replacements, things like that.
How many vehicles do you have?
Let me look that up. It'll take me 1 second to look that up.
And then, could somebody look at how many vehicles she has in her fuel man cost? And I don't know if the 375 is enough for that. Let me ask you this. Is any of these things that you're proposing, is any of it already in the budget?
So what I did was I looked at the current budget
Uh-huh.
and then added, I think it was 20% to cover the additional vehicles that we would need, brake pads on and things like that.
So basically, I just want to make sure I understand. Basically, you went through your budget line and you just added 20% to your required or most needed line items as a request?
Right. With making sure that we looked at each individual line item to see where that they would need to be increased. Like for the vehicles, we know we have vehicles that need brake pads, several.
All right.
So it's an estimate of that, not just doing 20% and that's it.
All right.
It's items that we're needing.
All right. All right. And do we have a breakdown of her salary? Not her salary, but the salary in Dr. Reed's department. All right. I guess the thing is, if she's talking about quality, do we know what the competitive rates are? Instead of the colleagues, I guess my thinking is to get the quality necessary, and if some of these things are already in the budget, to kind of leave it like it is. But however, if we look at a 10% cut, that is the 20 vacant positions, maybe taking, I don't know what it would cost, but I'm assuming somewhere around 100,000. But maybe we leave 100,000, 100,000 to help do raises, and then 575,000 we just kind of free up as we see priority. What are your thoughts on that? You good with that? You good with that?
I'm okay with taking, if there's 20, is it 20 slots that are
Yeah.
vacant, taking
All
X
20?
number of slots and saying, we're going to take those out away from your department, and then
Prioritize it.
and then say, go give raises according to the specific skill sets you need in the IT department. It shouldn't be across everybody. I think it should be, here's the slots we need to fill in order to attract the people we need for these particular expertise.
All right.
I'm against the idea of just, what does it say to the fire department or the police department if IT gets a 25% pay increase across the board? We have people
we can't afford it.
marching in the streets,
We can't afford it.
Well, I do want to say this: we are severely underpaid in the information technology department.
Yeah, but do it
Period.
by slot. Do it by slot.
So that's what he's saying, Dr. Reed. By slots, there should be someone that can help with a comparative study. You can do it, go online and look at the comparatives inside cities our sizes, our surrounding areas like some of the other departments do. And we need to know what that number would be to get that competitive raise. We need a direct number in order to make the adjustment. As of right now, what I'm hearing, go ahead, Councilman Hartley.
Yeah, and I agree. One of the functions of this body is to look at the org chart and look at the plans of the department and et cetera. This is another portion, is the budget, but we're seeing money tags with nothing else, no other background data for us to examine and said, okay, this makes sense. And like my colleague said, if every department come up and say, hey, I want a 25% across the board raise and don't give us anything to justify that, they'll be laughed out of here.
The optics are really bad for us.
And so what we need is the specifics, the plan, the technology. You understand this world. You understand where you're trying to go. Help us understand it so we can help you.
Yeah, if, you know, in 2024, and as I mentioned, with the amount of cities that are becoming tech cities, and they have done so, and in doing so, they have reduced their IT staff tremendously. Um, you know, you have 20 vacant positions, a total of 42. Did I hear 42 positions? Is that right, Brandon? 42, including publications and telecommunications. All right, the publication side is, you know, um, I believe necessary and needed. Um, if you can look at streamlining your budget down to the bare necessity, and I'm talking about less than 22. I'm down to the bare necessity of what it looks like, down to the bare necessity, with good quality, competitive pay. As of right now, it sounds like I'm hearing a consensus. Uh, we kind of left from where we were, but it sounds like I'm hearing a consensus of those 20 vacant salaries and positions are going to be freezed and prioritized somewhere else. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. All right. So if you could look at that and get back with us. But as of right now, just by straw poll, no specific amendment, because we wouldn't have anywhere to put it to, that those 20 vacant positions are more than likely going to be used somewhere else. Well, let's do this. Let's go on and do this. I move that we take $45,617 out of this to put in human resources and putting the money from human resources back into fund balance. Is there a second on that? All right, it's been moved from property second. And basically what this does is, in balancing this budget, there was money that was taken out of fund balance to do HR. I don't want that practice, nor like that practice. Since we are, since we know that we're going to be looking at some of this to prioritize in other places, the motion is to take 45,000 out of her vacancies, or however, and to put it into HR. All right, and then the money that was put into HR from fund balance to put it back into fund balance. There's a motion second. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Griselle, is he still there? All right, let the record reflect that we have a quorum of 4, and so.
Aye.
Oh, aye. All right. Well, we have a quorum of 5. That's unanimous vote on that amendment, and we'll revisit based on getting that plan as soon as possible so that we can look at this. But as of right now, Dr. Reed, it looks like this body is going to take away those 20 vacant positions, pending you giving us a plan on what salary increases look like based on the lines or the positions that you have. All right. Any other questions or comments?
What about the fiber maintenance, the extra
I think,
$38,000?
well, I guess the question that we would need is, what's already budgeted in her budget for that?
150.
She said her request is,
150,000.
What's that?
speak up, he can hear you.
150,000.
But the budget is 150, and she wanted to increase it by 38,000.
So she want to increase about 38,000. All right, we want to go and do that. Let's yeah, we'll take the 38,000 from those vacant positions. The 38,000, we're taking. All right, we did 45. We're going to take an additional 38 and put it toward her
Fiber maintenance budget.
Mr. Banks, quick question. Didn't Mr. Mellenbecker say that fiber maintenance could be possibly handled in Fund 4?
Is that what you're saying? It's in Fund 4.
Okay.
So we don't need to do anything.
We don't need to mess with that. And then also Fund 4, if I heard this correctly, the computer software could also be handled in Fund 4. Did you say that?
Okay, all right, well, okay, well, we good.
It's Fund 4, is that where the money is collected from the fee?
Check fund, that's 4.6 million, right? All right, that's 4.6 million, all right. So the only thing we need from her is what that salary increase will look like. All right, and then we'll come back and look at the rest of it. All right, we'll come back to IT. Yes,
I just wanted you to know that I was on the call. I think you had some questions for me.
Who is that?
I think Councilman Griselle had.
yeah, Councilman Griselle had a question, but what we did do, Toya, just let you know with your 45,000, it was coming out of fund balance. We didn't
Yes.
want that, so it's coming from somewhere else now. All right.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
Councilman Griselle, he's on. He has a question for you.
Sharon, well, Ms. Timms answered it.
Okay.
For me.
It was answered by Ms. Timms.
And just one
Go
quick
ahead.
thing, Ms. Martin, while you're on, after this dust settles from this budget hearing, let's take a look at IT and their out processing surveys to find out if we can gain more information and restructuring there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So that was IT. Municipal clerk. The only request is the 539,264 for this coming year.
But-
Next year.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Municipal clerk.
I know, but isn't that included in her budget request?
Well, it's coming out of fund balance.
Oh, is it? Okay. No, okay, no.
Yeah, and so I would rather find it somewhere else.
I agree with you.
And put it in her budget.
I'd forgotten that.
All right.
Okay.
So, hey, Ms. Harris. So here's the thing.
Curtis speaking.
Usually, what has happened in this budget is the 539,264 is being right now funded out of fund balance, which is not a practice that we like, and I think you know that. With your years of working with the council, all right? So we are going to be looking for somewhere else to achieve that goal, okay? Because again, we have some other priorities. Say it again.
Yeah, the amount for the election.
Yes. All right. Is there a normal annual amount that you just kind of put in there in case there is an election that happens?
Just 50,000.
Just 50,000, which is put in there annually. Okay. And so right now, what's in there is just 50,000, which you need to stay in there in case there's a election in the ward or anything like that in the annual year. Okay. So you need the 539,264. All right.
And also, Councilman, be mindful that out of that is also coming this special election October 1.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let's see. You have 2 vacancies that equal 80,000. It says you have 2 vacancies that equal 80,000. You don't have no?
Yeah, I do, but I don't think that's right. Not unless you include, because
It's salaries and fringes.
okay. So the administrative clerk, that's just a $24,000 position that is marked inactive right now. So even with the fringes, it's not no $40,000.
All right, so let me ask you this. In the sake of understanding your former employees, the City Council of Jackson, could you do without those 2 vacant positions?
No,
You really, really need them.
because one of them, the money is marked inactive. It's already been moved into another category to help assist with operations.
So help, all right, this is why I need help. I have a report here from finance that says it's 2 vacant, salaries and fringes is 80,000. Now, if it's marked inactive, I don't know if they have an accurate account of that. So if we could get some clarity from finance on where this comes from, and then it help us understand when she says inactive, how you all look at that.
So he just informed me that it's marked inactive for this fiscal year, but for 2024, it'll be back open.
And so that's that 80,000, is that 2 positions or 3? If she said one of them is 24,
Without fringes.
okay, so it's 2 positions at 24,000.
Only one at 24,
And the other one
one at
is,
34.
and what are the positions?
It's a deputy city clerk
A deputy city clerk and
and
a,
an administrative clerk.
and you gotta have it.
The administrative clerk, no, but I kind of wanted to be able to use those funds in my department to help achieve, some things like Councilman Banks. I am not asking for nothing extra.
Mr. Chair.
I need my budget to stay like this. I'm not asking for
Chair.
nothing. I don't need you to take away nothing.
And Mr. Chair, I think, and this is what I was going to ask earlier when our finance person was up, but look, sometimes I know we will inactivate position to use the funds to get, but the best thing to do is to categorize those needs in their own category and not put them against a personnel need. So I see what you're saying, inactive for this year, current year, active coming 2025. If you have other needs in other areas, then go ahead and identify those areas where that need is, instead of us seeing this and consider, hey, we got $80,000 to play with.
Gotcha. So that $24,000 salary is what I was gonna get moved into other professional service to be the shortfall to help cover with elections in event, because we don't know what those expenses may be. And so the 539 is just strictly for the 2025 election. This special election, that's why I told you that I need anything extra, I can handle it from my own budget. That's what I was looking at, that salary to get it moved up if needed to help cover this special election.
All right, and so what we want to do, and is to try to achieve getting you what you need without going into fund balance. That's what we're trying to do. And so, of course, the first place we look is within that department to see what can be freed up. And just like I've been saying maybe a few man budget, maybe cutting how much paper, maybe you tell them no more paper clips, I don't know. But whatever it is, identify something, start identifying things that can be taken down to help get to where you need to, or we'll end up either trying to do it within or finding other places to get it from.
Councilman Banks,
Mm-hmm.
I need everything that's in my budget because strictly, I really do. It's nothing extra that has been added because I don't know what, now if you can go and look, I'm very frugal. And so I don't order stuff that we don't need just to say that the money is there. I only order what we need. And with this upcoming election, I don't know what the needs may be for supplies. That's why I just respectfully request that my budget remain as it is, so that way I won't have to come back before the council to ask for any more money.
All right, so basically, what we need to do is try to find $550,000 for you to do this election. Okay, all right.
I
Go
got a
ahead,
question.
Councilman
For
Foote.
this election, you're talking about the regular election in April, May, and June, not the special election in October.
No, so the money that's set aside for the 2025 election, it will include this special election.
Oh, it will?
And so whatever shortfall that we may have, that's why I have that administrative clerk position, that's a $24,000 position that we can utilize that salary to help supplement the shortfall because we got thrown this special election.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to ask that we go ahead and move that money so that we don't have to come back again to get it moved, because that would be crossing category. And what we'll have to do is make that position inactive.
Move. In other words,
Move it to other professional services.
You saying the carryover? No.
If you're gonna allow her to move that position to professional services, let's go ahead and move it before we adopt the budget.
Okay.
So that it adopts properly, because that is two different categories. And if she comes back later needing that money and she's got to take it from salaries to percent, we'd be right back in here talking about the same thing.
All right, let me ask you a question. Since it's moving categories, we need an order?
You haven't adopted the budget yet. If you tell me now, I can do it and we'll adopt it incorrectly. That's what I'm saying.
And then you get that
And what
before
I'll
us?
do is go in and inactivate that position so that it can't be filled in 25.
All right, is there a motion to handle that small request?
So moved.
Second.
All right, somebody get with the clerks, make sure they got it right. All right, any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and so that's the X, and then you got the rest over. All right, so did you get your question asked? Okay, who else had their hand up?
I did, but you answered it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you dealt with, I mean, I was just saying that it seems to me like we're gonna need to find that $500,000 plus from somewhere else.
I would rather do that. I do not want that coming from fund balance. I don't think she wants it coming from
Right.
fund balance.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go to the mayor's office. I'll wait for the CAO. I'll wait for the CAO to come back. Somebody asked the CAO if he could do without a vehicle. All right, let's go to the mayor's office. 3%, that salary increase is already in there? We're sure it's already in there? And then the request is $201,000 for youth engagement program. And the other request is a federal lobbyist. Yes, it's for.
Mr. Banks,
Do
I
we mean to
believe the
put state
request-
lobbies?
The,
Oh, that meant to say state. Okay. Now let me ask this. Let me go back. Let me ask this question. The $33,788 in salary increase for the mayor's office. Where is that coming from? Is that right now currently funded through fund balance? Sharon. The salary increase from the mayor for the mayor's office, the 3%, is that coming out of fund balance? Huh? It's vacancies?
They just have one vacancy.
Okay, so it's coming from one.
I'm trying to verify, they did the change, so I'm trying to verify where they took it. The mayor's office coordinator.
Based on the information provided, you got 3% increase mayor's office coming out of the applied fund balance breakdown. $16,192 coming out of fund balance. And if that's the case,
it originally came from there, but I did see that they have, Brandon Jackson, budget manager. It was originally in there on the applied fund balance, but we can use the mayor's office coordinator position to take that out.
so, all right, so that's out, that's not gonna be in fund balance. Okay, all right, so then the mayor's office then does not have a vacancy.
They shouldn't, no, sir.
So the one vacant position that was salary and fringe is 64,000. If the 3% increase is 16,000, I know we're talking about pennies. Where's the other 20, 30? Where's the other 20,000? You see what I'm saying? Based on this, if the 3% increase is 16,192, and then there's one vacancy, which equals 64,605, where's approximately the other 40,000?
I'll have to check into their budget again, sir. Give me just 1 second.
All right, give me what the exact amount of that's freed up in that budget.
Okay, and also, it wasn't just the 3% raises. What is not included in that number is the exemption rate. We did take 2 employees to exemption, but that was found within their budgets.
Okay, just
So,
give
I got you.
give me the break. All right, go ahead.
I couldn't find a mayor's section in my budget book. It's not in here?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Under general government, look for mayor's office in one of those tabs at the top.
Okay, 203. Okay. Okay. Four, five.
College, did we want to see what the 10% and 5% number cut from the mayor's budget is?
No.
Okay. All right. So we just need the information on what's left. All right.
Where's the payroll number? Salaries, here we go. 404, page 208, is that it? I see a personal line here, personal services. Is that the payroll? There must be a vacancy because the actual is so much lower than, or significantly lower, I think. Maybe not. Well, the actual pay is not as, it's about 50,000, 60,000 short, or 50,000 short, which suggests that there's, was a vacancy at some point in time. If you look at that payroll line.
Yeah, and that's why before we just dig into it, I was going to wait on Brandon to give us that information.
Now, I have a problem with the hiring another lobbyist because we spent all the lobbying money line item on the federal lobbyists, which is why I voted against it, because we didn't have a state lobbyist. But now to pay them all the lobbying money and then turn around and add more lobbying money to hire state lobbyists is I have a problem with that.
All right, yay or nay, is it this council's, do we want to look at finding funding? This way we could go on to send messages, and do we want to look at finding funding for state lobbyists? Yay or nay?
And who is the state lobbyist?
I'd say yay.
Yay, we want to fund it?
Mr. Banks, I think the request was for an additional $100,000 for the state lobbyist.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's excessive. There's no doubt that we need some help at the State House, but the truth is, I think there's going to be a question mark about who that person is. And that causes everybody to have some pause.
All right. Okay. I guess we come, because it might be where we can say whatever's left over is the money set aside for the state lobbies. What you think?
Wait, say again, I'm sorry.
Whatever's left over
Left over where?
from what he's looking at. The vacancy or whatever he's looking at is the money that's moved into a category for contract.
Let's see what it is.
Let's see what it is. All right. All right. You had something?
Yeah, just, and along this line, first of all, I believe it's very important that we have representation at the State House and and in DC, especially for the, capital city. Is it possible that we could combine, use the same firm with some representative here locally at a reduced price? Yeah, they can subcontract out at a cheaper price. I am concerned that, we don't want, regular politics to get involved. If there's something where we have to figure out who's our favorite or whatever, we might just, get our federal lobbyists to say, hey, we subcontracted. This is the person that's going to be handling Jackson on the state level.
I think when you do that and you leave it up to the federal lobbyists, then this body has no say-so in who that person is being subcontracted out, because it'll be the subcontract with the federal lobbyists. It is my understanding from what I'm hearing, and clarify if I'm wrong, that it is important to this body who that state lobbyist is.
Yeah, I think you make an excellent point here.
Yeah, I just want to. I think we don't need to be quibbling over. I think what we need is a person in that position. I'd have no preferences at all.
Yeah.
Other than someone qualified and someone that can get along and know the nuances of our state legislature. That's important to me. Other than that,
yeah.
I really don't.
I agree. I think the settlement is settling on what is an agreed price that this body would approve to put in that line. I think that's where we are. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Come on. Oh, Brandon, you're there. Go ahead.
Okay, the difference in between the position and the 3% raise is $48,413.
So it's $48,413 available. No. All right. So I guess we just keep that in mind if we're going to look at. Do we want to go down the rabbit hole or talk about the lobbyists now?
Well, if we're on this budget, we need to determine whether or not we're going to find money for a state lobbyist, Mr. Banks. I mean, I'm thinking, no more than $60,000 or $50,000.
No more than 50,000. Well, we got 48.
I like 48.
48 works for me.
All right. All right. Is there where would that go in the mayor's office? What category? Yeah. It would go in legal?
The federal lobbyist is in legal.
No, not federal, state lobbyists.
It would go in the same category unless we change it.
So,
419?
6419.
All right.
Is that the same place our federal lobbyist is located?
The federal lobbyist has his own line within the legal budget.
That's probably where it should go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to represent the whole city, not just the mayor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So is there a motion to take $48,413 from the mayor's office and put it into
6419.
6419?
Yes.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moving properly second that we take $48,413 from the mayor's office to put it into 6419. Any questions or comments?
Question.
Yes.
The 6419 legals budget, right? Okay.
All right. Any questions or comments? Hear none. All in favor? Opposed? All right. It carries 4-1. It carries 4-1. All right. All right. That's not going to keep you from voting on the whole budget, is it?
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, Lord. Oh.
Back to square one.
Oh. All right. All right. Let's see. All right. That's the mayor's office. Let's go to legal.
What about this 3% sales salary increase? Is that for the mayor? Is he going to pay increase? He's not even here.
No. No, no. All right. It was coming out of fund balance. It is not now.
Okay.
They used a vacancy to deal with that. All right, so that the mayor's office is slick. The only thing is the request they had on the table for the 201,000 for the youth engagement program. But in order to do that, we would have to find money. So as we free up money, we could come back and look
So
at
we
those
got to
things.
come back to that.
Yep. Legal. I know Sandra's on. I texted Drew a few minutes ago. Okay, you're all right. Legal, the request. Hold on, I gotta go back to the page. I lost it. Oh, okay. All right. So legal, you have 5 vacant slots, which equal 294. I thought there was a request for additional positions. So, all right, this is what I see, and this is, I guess, what I need to. It says salary increases. Oh, and hiring 3 attorneys, which is 282,768. And then there's this vacancy in salaries and fringes is 294,407. So I assume that you're needing to keep the 5 vacant slots, and then you're asking for the additional 282,768.75, and then $17,210 for dues and membership. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. All right. And based on the presentation, colleagues, unless you have any input, there was no room to cut any of their to deal with any of their positions, because they are requesting 3 more and a competitive wage to actually hire the attorneys necessary, and to do with the dues and membership, including travel. So I guess we come back to that as we find money, okay, or as we go through this.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
One quick thing, though. I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that that building is really
Yeah.
terrible. I mean, I don't know, we can't do anything about it in this budget, I don't think. But Mr. Mellenbecker or Mr. Wright probably is the better person to ask this question. Are we really moving forward with trying to get our city legal staff in a safer office environment? I mean, is that going to happen sooner rather than later?
Moving to Union Station. It's going to free up some space in the Porter building.
I did have a conversation with the executive director.
Okay.
I think you all need to really talk. I think that JRA is exploring the idea of it being made ready for a retail spot.
Okay. All right.
All right.
We'll talk to them.
And they are, from my understanding, sure that they're going to Union Station. They're sure about that.
Okay.
But they want to monetize that.
Okay.
And so I think that between you guys and legal, as we need to do with this building, because when my office had that issue, we found out that the agreement was from 1886. Need to revisit a MOU with who's responsible for what in legal, and then we look at what we can put in maintenance.
Okay.
All right, with that building. But I think I would encourage you to have, because they were watching the meeting that day we had that conversation. I don't think nobody has talked to him other than myself.
We'll have that conversation with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And as you know, there are some repairs that we need to do at this building.
The basement, you know when the system goes out, that basement holds water.
Yep.
I know my roof and everything, some of that's been done and taken care of, But from my understanding in the agreement, that 1886 agreement, and Sandra, you're there, Drew, you're there, goes up under some old state legislation that deals with a regular lease agreement. Am I right, Drew?
Uh, that I don't, you talking about back on City Hall? That's what you're talking about there?
Back on City
Yeah,
Hall.
that's
Yes,
right.
sir.
That's right. There's a very old agreement that allows the city to use the property in perpetuity, but there's some weird old provisions that go along with that.
Okay.
So that needs to be visited, but then when we're talking about their building, I think what there needs to be some agreement or coming together on who's responsible for what. I think their assumption is almost similar to the Masons, that because we have a maintenance department and the JRA has no real revenue from the way they're saying it, and the Masons have no real revenue, that we're responsible for fixing it. And I think that there may need to be language on the city end giving us the permission to go inside a wall. I think on our end with the Masons deal, and the same thing with the JRA's deal, there's nothing that says, well, the city of Jackson can go into the wall.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I think you need to look at that. Yes, Councilwoman Lindsay.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Banks, these two items this building perhaps we need to add that to the maintenance fund that we were, we talked about growing that a little bit. I think this needs to be in consideration of that.
I mean, if we don't find nowhere else, I think we put all of that Zurich money into that maintenance fund, because I know City Hall needs work.
Yeah.
And
we do have maintenance figured into Zurich for this building.
Okay.
There's some foundation problems, some issues that we need to address.
All right. And so I don't know if legal has an estimate or if they have, or whatever it is that needs to be get with JRA.
Yeah, I was just going to.
Go ahead.
In other words, you mentioned JRA as being a possible option with the Union Station. What about, do you have any backups, any other places, or are there any city properties that may be available?
We have not discussed that. We need to talk with legal about that.
And again,
well.
after we're finished with this process, I think
they
we
need to be involved in that conversation.
Yes, we need to look at that. Thank you, sir.
All right. So I think that we need to identify the money if we're going to achieve legal's request. And I'll take a straw poll. I think we already took a straw poll to say that we wanted to do this. But it's basically salary increase in the hiring of 3 attorneys. The number is $282,768.75. And then dues and membership, which include travel, is $17,210. And none of that was is in his proposed budget now, correct? None of that. All right. So all that will have to be found in place there. Yes, sir. Mr. Harley?
Yeah, I just, if, Mr. Martin, if you could just refresh me on these 3 additional attorneys, where are they directed to?
They'll be spread around a little bit. The first and highest priority we have is we need to bulk up our litigation group. So at least I would say that 2 or 3 of those people will need to be helping out in litigation. But we've tried to make people, we've tried to get people a broader base of responsibilities. So there's going to be someone who, for example, I would like an attorney who I know I can turn to consistently and say, the city council has asked this question, research this and get me the answer. The city council has an ordinance they're looking at. Let's look at it. I want somebody who I can particularly assign city council matters to. There's probably going to be some JPD and planning spillover as well, where they could both use additional help than what they have at times.
And I think that's critical. Look, we deal with the ordinances and the administration of those ordinances. A lot of times it does involve a lot of legal work and being able to hand things off to your office, and then we have to come back and follow up. I'm not, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if there's any other spots within the city clerk's office or the council's office we could look at. But I do believe that this is very important that we at least get that position filled. Because out of all, how many attorneys do you have there, sir?
We counted up the other day, and I apologize, I don't have the number back in front of me, but I think what we came up with was 14 and a half.
So you got 14 and a half. Okay. And we lease.
One is part-time.
Pardon?
I said one is part-time is what I mean when I say half.
Okay. Well, we need at least a half for the council, if not the whole. Again, we'll keep looking.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Attorney Martin, this is Councilman Foote. I'm looking at the legal part of the general government on page 212, 211, whatever. And I was trying to get the line. I see there's a bunch of different listings here. Here's salaries with $279,000 that's for risk management. And they got another $1,198,000. Is that the line over here? Legal personal services. Is that the line item that this would be added to on page 209?
I've just got the book handed to me, so I'm going to pull it up and look at exactly what you're looking at, Councilman. You're on page 209.
On page 209.
Yes, sir.
Down halfway through, it says legal, personal service, salaries, $1,198,000, original budget. But that's for the 2023.
So what I have is not what you have in front of you, because for page 209 for me is not part of the legal budget. I'm sorry.
You must have the old book or something.
Yeah. There's another updated book.
This is aggravating. Okay. Well, it shows that 2024 revised budget was $1,299,764, and it looks like you pretty much used that. As of July 31, you'd use $1,049,000, and it shows a budget, proposed budget of $1,397,000. So this is in addition to that $1,397,000, if that's the right line item.
You're looking. I see the line item you're looking at now on personal services. I'd have to get my breakout out to say for certain. So the short answer is not necessarily. I know that's the salary section, but the way they've done our budget, they have a separate salary.
Let's make sure we're all in the correct place.
Yeah,
sure.
Is it page 209?
It's in the new book.
Well, I have the old book, so I'm on page 202.
All right.
You're saying on 202?
But I do see the numbers that Councilman Foote is referring to.
He's in another
That
place
shouldn't
than
have
you.
changed, should it?
Okay, but so if what yours is a request, and this number in our budget book doesn't reflect that request, I assume, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding.
So that number would go from $1,397,000, increased by $282,000.
What I was going to say is the salary line items for legal are split into a couple of different categories because of the divisions. And so the short answer for you is the attorneys would each fall into, making sure I'm looking at the right, the raises. So there's two separate categories. There's additional items, but there's also raises. The raises are spread out over different divisions because they address different people. But the salary items, the new salaries would all be the attorney salaries.
So you've got a request. It's not listed on here for raises. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't have.
It's included. It's included in the total that was mentioned earlier.
So the 282,768 also includes raises?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. So real quick, I was just reminded. It's 1:11. We've been in here since 10. And I've been unfair because I've been sitting here eating chips and Hershey's in front of my staff. And they're holding up notes saying lunch, yes or no. And so I apologize because I ate my snack and just forgot about everybody else. Let's recess and come back.
Well, let's finish this conversation with Mr. Martin so he doesn't have to come back. Can't we finish that?
Is there any information he needs to be researching while we?
I think
I
think he's going to have to come back anyway because we got to find the money.
Well, I thought he had to find the money. I'm tired of finding the money. Let him find the money.
Well, he can't, he has nowhere in his division to find it. And he can't go into Public Works and say, give me that.
Oh, no.
That's his problem.
Well, you know, that
Can you,
Zurich money
as the
looked
city
awfully good when
attorney,
it came in.
as the city attorney, can you go into another department and just take their money?
But he mentioned Zurich, didn't he? He mentioned
That,
Zurich.
that money came through this office.
In other words, because he won it, it all belongs to him.
Well, I would never say that.
All right. Yeah. So we'll come back. We got to find some other monies, and the next when we get back from lunch, we're gonna start with. We're gonna hear updates from those that we requested, and then we're gonna dive straight into police and fire.
Okay.
All right.
All
right, I'm ready to.
Councilman Banks, before you recess, let me just say this. I have a meeting, my meeting that I mentioned before with Ted Hennepin is at 2:30 today. And so I can't move that or change that. So I just want to make sure that.
So I think it is the intention of this body to find you the money.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Recess till 2:15. It's 1:13 now. What you want to do, a 30-minute lunch? Huh? 2:15. All right, 2:30. All right, 2:30. We recess to 2:30.
Somebody, who's, some behind much of invite you as their guest.
Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic. All right. All right. The council now stands out of recess. Let the record reflect that we do have a full quorum. Council President Lindsay will be joining us here in a minute. Let's go ahead, colleagues, and jump back in on the follow-up. And so we'll start with Public Works. Mr. Wright. And there's a handheld somewhere. Did you? Sharon has it. Okay, great deal. A little of both. Yeah, we kind of going back and forth. Yeah. Is there a handout for us? Okay. All right. And so while they're doing that, I'll just kind of clarify what we're looking at here. The ask was for Public Works to go and look at their vacant positions, see what they can work with to achieve the competitive pay for example, CDL drivers, etc. And so we should have that coming around here shortly. All right. All right. Mr. Wright.
Okay, thank you. You should have coming around to you is our analysis to show, and as you mentioned, the ask of us was to go back and look at these vacancies. I think Councilman Foote mentioned this $1.4 million in vacancies. We have some vacancies, and the plan is to use all of these vacancies and to fill those positions. There are some that we're not going to use, but we need to use the salary portion of that to help increase the rate for those positions that we have vacant, as well as some of the employees within those departments, in order to make those positions more competitive. That's the problem that we're having, not having competitive salaries in order to attract and retain these employees. So what you have going before you, I'll start off with, I think this is Public Works, the Public Works sheet. Fund 1, the blue and yellow sheet. And as you can see, we have the total. I'll just go down to the total. We have the crew leaders as well as signal technicians and the superintendent. And we have taken, as I mentioned, some of those salaries, applied it and increased those crew leaders' salaries, not only the ones that are vacant, but those that are in those positions now, in order to make them more competitive, as well as taking the technicians, because if we bring the technicians up, they're going to be so close to crew leaders, we had to move the crew leaders as well, because you get that vacuum effect. So that's what this is representing. So the crew leaders would go total salaries, and this is not asking for any additional money. This is using those vacancies that we already have. Okay.
All right. So you were able to make basically an increase around 2,000 to 3,000 within there, and then
right. And even factoring in the loaders, the benefit piece of it, FICA, we gave you a full picture of what that new salary would be.
All right. Let me ask a question. The CDL drivers, I think, which was a priority. Can't remember if it came from
solid waste.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that the 1962?
Is that?
So
yeah, that's on the sheet with not color coded.
Okay.
That's solid waste sheet.
All right.
It has
So
the CDFL. Right.
So from 1746 to basically to 1962 hourly rate.
That's right.
Is that really competitive for a CDL?
Well, what we did, we took one of those. We didn't. Solid waste only had one vacancy, and that's the only vacancy that we could take in order to spread it out, and that's the most we could get out of that position, because solid waste, as you know, is an enterprise, and we have to use what is already there and not use anything from the general fund by being an enterprise, right? Okay.
All right. So first of all, let me say this, let me clarify. It's not that there's a law that says you can't take from the general fund to the enterprise. It's an unhealthy practice for bonding, all right, and for our credit rating, all right. However, I don't think it moves the needle with our current condition if you was to take a salary and put it over there. I'm looking at Sharon. So basically, the party of this council, from what I've heard, is they want that CDL job in solid waste to be competitive. And from, I think the early understanding, $19 an hour is not competitive. What was it, 20, 22?
I think they said 20 to 22. Is that what you said, Mr.?
So let's say 22. I think that's what she said. And so the question is achieving that, all right? It's not in here as far as positions. You know what I'm saying? And so I was talking about the practice of moving from general to enterprise. I mean, it actually happens sometimes to balance the budget, right or wrong.
You're not supposed to actually budget it. That they say that's a flag that you're showing your hand right there, that the rate is not set high enough. Terry and I were having that conversation back and forth yesterday. You're not actually supposed to budget general fund dollars to go into your enterprises. At the end of the year, if we have to close them out that way, then we have to, but you're not actually supposed to budget it. But what we can do is look at, I've looked at so many numbers lately. Do we have any chipping and grinding in your regular budget for this year? I was trying to see if we could take just a little bit of that and put it over there where we're putting the other chipping and grinding and free up that money. Let me take a look at their budget and see if there's anything that we can move somewhere.
All right, and once she generates revenue, starts generating some real revenue, it's gonna kind of take care of itself. Because she's not generating any revenue right now, right? Not from that.
The budget she has right now, she needs to generate about 1.3 million every month.
And that's just on the chipping and grinding side.
That's just on the budget she has in the budget book right now.
I got a question.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand this. So we got Public Works, we're talking about Public Works, and part of Public Works is in an enterprise, but we got parts of Public Works that aren't in enterprise. And so if you could tell me the difference as far as moving money around, or turning money from one type of use to another type of use between the two. So over on the non-enterprise side, do we have more flexibility then in moving, taking money from vacant slots to do other things?
Absolutely.
Change pay rates or whatever? But when you get on the enterprise side, we have to stay within that's sort of cordoned off, is that correct?
To maintain your enterprise status, they have to work, their budget has to be within the money that they actually can generate and collect. If their budget goes beyond that measure, that is a red flag to Moody's, SP, and all agencies that hold our bonds that our rate is not sufficient and that we need to raise the rate.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've been losing money, lots of money, in the water system, which is part of Public Works. Ever since I've been on the council, 10 years, we've been losing millions of dollars. So I mean, it's not as if Moody's thinks everything's squared away. I mean.
Exactly, and we had a AA rating until they started losing money, and now we have a BB. So that's what happens. They say we're married to one another. They know that, but if this body or we actually put money in that budget as a budgeted item from another fund, that says that they're not generating enough money, and you did not correct that by changing the rate.
Okay, well, but the point is, we can still take money. It's because we need important people to work and we need to be able to attract them to work within the enterprise side. So, I mean, there's a point where you say, okay, we plead guilty, we don't have enough enterprise money, but we're still gonna hire these people and pay them to get the job done. Anyway, I just make that in passing. Thank you.
Another question, looking for revenue. Our landfill, generally, how much money are we generating out there? And are we balancing it out? Is it going to be any kind of really aid to the solid waste picture? And I know that the sale itself, and when you do those calculations, are you taking into consideration how much money we're saving? If the city of Jackson and the facilities and our disposal efforts had to go to another landfill with a higher tipping fee, how much money would that be? So I look at that as being, part of the revenue discussion as well, because we won't have to pay it out now. So I just kind of want to get an idea, are we looking at revenues from our landfill? And can it fit in anywhere into this discussion?
I mean, as Keisha has stated, without the scales, she cannot generate any more money because it's just by axle and things like that. So it's a set fee no matter
Okay.
what they come in there
so
with.
if-
I think
if we-
the scales is going to change that projection.
Okay, so it will increase our revenue stream. Okay, and so my next question is, so the immediate thing after we get the scales installed, which may take 6 months, so, or 3 or 4 months. But after we get that installed, then we have to go right back and pass an ordinance where we change the
Yes, you're gonna have to
fee
change the
base.
Yes,
Okay, so that would be that next step.
yes.
Solution to this, considering all. One, I need the math to take this to $22 an hour. I need the math, what that is, what is that? And so let's just do this. Take your solid waste superintendent up to 25. Take your heavy equipment operators up to 22. And take your landfill supervisor up to 20. I got an answer. All right, we were just handed a document, okay, from legal, and so one of the things that you can use ARPA for is
Solid waste.
it is for revenue loss. So we can use ARPA for the chipping, grinding, the scales. So that's done. We've already done it. But you can also do it for revenue loss. For this year, we use the ARPA to fill in the gap based on the revenue loss that they have had. And once they generate revenue, we should be able to deal with that in perpetuity for the upcoming years. We good? All right. I need the number so we can make this amendment.
And also it said that it could use it for the chipping and grinding and the scales.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the opera.
Yep. And so we made that amendment, right? All right. And look, at some point, get us an update on all the amendments, because I'm kind of, yeah. All right. So the amendment that we need to make now, colleagues, would be whatever that math is. Okay. And then once we get that, we'll take it from ARPA based on, and it's based on the rule which says it could offset the reduction of revenue in a fund, which there has been some revenue loss.
Absolutely.
And so we could deal with that, and then it'll go for that year. And then once she starts generating her revenue, which we should see first quarter, second quarter, then we should be able to deal with that in perpetuity.
I would rather go that way, so that way it gives us a year to see what the scales will bring in instead of a guess.
Okay. All right.
And I think we're still waiting to hear back for its revenue sources. I think we went specifically to solid waste, but I believe we're covered there, right? Pardon?
All right.
Okay, until the sales, but I still want us to, when we're looking at other parts of public works, especially the traffic marking section, we need to get that place populated as well.
All right. So we're gonna go right back there. Let's deal with this solid waste, because this was.
Oh, I thought we were finished.
Yeah. No. We hadn't made it yet because they haven't given us the numbers. But you remember on that second page, Mr. Hardy, Councilman, it was below what was even recommended because it's at $19. So, Clerk, if you could read back what that math is they're doing. It was at 25 for the superintendent and 22 for the heavy equipment operator and 20 for the landfill supervisor. Ms. Weathers, is that competitive? Would that get you going? Yes. All right. So there's 25 for the superintendent. Instead of that's $17. I don't think it was gonna do anything for the landfill supervisor, and then 22 for the heavy equipment operator. Those are the CDLs, right? All four of them are CDLs, correct? Okay. So I just need the difference for the amendment.
Is, is the landfill supervisor also CDL? Okay, and the
That's-
landfill superintendent, he is already
So
CDL?
it's all over.
Okay, so that's a total of 6 positions there. What we're trying to do, my intent is to make sure that you don't have to come before the council and say, we can't do this because, okay?
All right. So it will be a whole amendment, but let's deal with solid waste. So I know that there were some changes you already considered. I'm asking you to add what we just stated into those changes and give us the number so that we can make the amendment. $20 from $17 to $20, from your proposed $17 to $20.
Which position was that?
The landfill supervisor, she had them at $17, or they had them at $17.
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Look
Oh,
at your
okay, yeah,
proposed
yeah,
hourly rate.
yeah, okay, I see.
Taking it to 20.
Okay.
And then those 1962s, they go to 22. You see what I'm saying? In what they propose. In other words, what they propose still wasn't high enough. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think yes, ma'am. Yes.
Can, Mr. Banks, can we put the supervisor at 23, put them in the middle because they actually could be allowed to be made to supervise those equipment operators? And she said when things got changed, people started getting.
Okay. So put the supervisor at 23.
Yeah, can we go 22, 23, and 25, or somewhere right in there?
All right, so it's 25, 23, 22. All right, so we just need the number so we can make the motion. And then we should have solid waste out the way, and she can go to start posting these jobs and hiring some people. Now, while I'm looking at this, I'm sorry. Environmental coordinator, financial program coordinator, enforcement coordinator, is that in solid waste? All right, while we were looking at that, what do they do? Just
The environmental program coordinator is responsible for our grant management. They're also responsible for program development for solid waste.
if you could mute. All right, go ahead.
All right. The environmental program coordinator is responsible for grant management for solid waste. They're responsible for program development, the events planning. They're over all the cleanups. That's what that person does. They do outreach, recycling, education. They deal with our school systems. They go to the public schools to do events in the schools, our summer camp, which she is working on developing now so we can bring that back. The financial program coordinator, she's responsible for handling all of the finances for the department. And the enforcement officer is the one that goes out and does Councilman Harlan said the word, I'm having a brain for.
I'm sorry, which one?
The enforcement
Illegal dump sites,
Yeah.
illegal dumping, roll-up, they do those kind of things.
Curbside compliance.
Yes,
making sure
curbside
the
compliance,
lands-
education, they do education with the public as
All
well.
right, and making those earlier changes. And I see, because I see your enforcement officer, which I think is very needed, was at 1490, went to 1560.
Yes.
And I assume that y'all try to keep all this online. What would be the preferred hourly rate to make sure that everything is kind of in line and your people have the morale to do what they need to do?
Your environmental coordinator needs to be up around $17. I would say, because they are dealing with grants management. The enforcement officer absolutely would need to go up, but we were trying to stay within the steps and the ranges.
Uh,
There is not much money in between those steps.
Can you give me a proposal to bump them up?
Yes.
Because again, you'll be generating revenue that should be able to capture all of this. Because we're not talking about $100 an hour. We're talking about $2 to $3 an hour.
I think our worry is that it's going to take that person out of the range, which means we would have
Right.
to have a study from
Yeah,
HR.
they're locked into a position.
That's kind. That's fine. I mean, it don't start till October. You have time enough to get us a pay range adjustment.
The financial coordinator, are they in line with the other financial realignments
Probably not.
from the finance side?
Probably not.
I mean, not for his salary, but for his position, for his duties. Does it fit into your flow? I mean, you guys had a redesign for our financial situation to ensure invoices and other things get done. Does this fit neatly into that?
Yes.
Okay.
We will be, Public Works will be bringing some people up to us, and we'll have some people in the departments. But yeah, that will all have to work together.
And this is one of them. Okay. Just want to make sure we have a complete, unified picture here.
All right. All right. We're still waiting on the number, right?
Right.
Oh, he's checking. He's verifying.
Environmental coordinator said bump that up to $17 an hour.
Yes.
What about the other two financial programs?
I guess you just kind of.
That's good, I believe.
Okay.
No changes.
This the only other one that he asked about was the environmental cost.
What we moving that one to?
To make it work, Ms. Weathers, would it make sense to take the environmental coordinator to keep it kind of in line with I guess based on the amount you had, to just say 1770 and then 1660?
Dollar increase on both.
Say it again.
A dollar increase.
It's just
for
a
both-
dollar increase.
For both of.
Yeah, 1770 for the coordinator, and based on what you had, you just do a dollar increase, 1770 and 1660. Okay. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. I think we got Roselle on.
The environmental enforcement officer at step 5 is 1672.
Still here.
Okay. Step 5 is 16 what?
1672.
All right. So,
She's going to give those numbers to Brandon so we can get you the full total.
okay, so Ms. Weathers, in order to achieve what may need to be achieved, you're gonna have to come before us with a range change. And what's their range now? 20 something? 30? I don't know, I'm just saying. 19? So is it safe to say that their range will change to a 20?
Yes.
All right, and you just had to bring this before this body?
Yes.
Council, are we amenable with that?
I am.
Okay, all right, so go ahead and give us what it is, and then we just know that the range change is coming before us. All right, so while they're doing that, I guess we go back to the first page. We'll put a peg in solid waste. The first page, colleagues, were there, Councilman Hartley, this is what you were asking about the marking.
Yeah,
and
the
everything.
traffic sign, that division, I think we have Mr. Carwell. Are you over that division? And I think you guys had a problem with personnel and being able to get the job done around the city.
Yes, sir.
So is there everything in the current budget that you need to turn that around?
And what they're proposing now, not current.
Well, actually, the positions I asked for earlier, that will help go with this section. So yes, if approved.
So how many folks will we have in our traffic division?
Currently, there's only, in paint marking, there's only 2 right now.
2,
Yes,
and
sir.
we want how many?
I want at least about 4 or 5 in there to help with center lines and detail work.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And have we proposed that? Is that anywhere here?
I did ask for other positions in the budget earlier, and some of those were going toward that.
Oh, they're in the budget book. Okay.
Yeah, and so I think what has been proposed with their vacant positions, Mr. Hartley,
Okay.
is the increase of 2,375 with those crew leaders and signal technician. Is that correct?
Mr. Carwell,
I guess.
he asked the question, but repeat it.
Sorry?
Based on the proposal that's before us, it's a $2,300 increase. All right, and you have you have 2 in this proposal. How many does he have in this proposal? That's currently before us.
Text, that's gonna be 3.
So 3 signal techs,
Yes, sir.
and then go through your staff on here. Hold this. All this is under you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so the highlighted vacant positions is what's being done away with to achieve the raises. Got it. All right. So it is as it is written here.
Only the one that's zeroed out, that's gonna be a vacant position for the traffic markings,
Okay.
crew leader.
And that is zeroed out to achieve the
Pay
raises.
Yes, sir.
All right. So when y'all huddled up together, basically you said, we could do without this one to help achieve the raises to make your department more efficient. All right.
Are we compromising anything with our traffic markings? Because we got to catch up.
Right.
So what are we going to have? Are we back to 5 or
So that would knock
3
it back
or-
down to 4, yes. But they're
Down.
still able to make a crew. Yes,
so,
sir.
So we will have 4.
Yes.
Would that be sufficient to do the job?
That will get us in the right place, rolling, yes, sir. So infrastructure's rebuilding, period. But to get us back rolling and back moving forward from where we are now, yes, that will get us in the right direction.
I'm just reluctant on cutting that position.
So the deal is, we asked them to go back and ask that department to consider what they could sacrifice to achieve the raises so that we can hire first of all. And it looks like eliminated that slot to give everybody a pay increase so they can hire and make that department more functional. If we put it back, then everybody's salary goes back to 33.
Is Mr. Wright, is there any other positions? Right now we're behind the 8 ball here. There's a serious deficiency around the city because of this department. Is there any other thing a little less priority? No, it's all priority. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So basically what we will be doing is with this front page is taking the recommendation of the Public Works Department as an amendment. Is that correct? Sharon, is that correct? Okay. I need a confident yes.
Yes, And what James is trying to accomplish is you have to have a signal tech on call all the time. Having one person, that means that person's on call 24/7, 365. He's trying to have at least, you're supposed to have at least one primary on call and one backup. So he's trying to put at least 2 crews in every area to begin with, so that they can see where they are, get these people trained, and he may be coming back next year saying we need to add another crew.
Okay, I think we're there. We get it, okay? We want it. Question is this sufficient?
So is this a signal technician that deals with stoplights?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So I need to know that person's name, or not his name, but his phone number, because I get these things where the stoplight's not working.
We all do.
I'm sure you're gonna get it.
If he's on call, then I need to know the phone number to call. I mean, I'm not gonna call him and, get him out of bed or anything, but if they're supposed to be on call, then the council people need to know what the phone number is so we can, because I have problems and it's really serious. People get really upset.
And that's right now, right? I mean, that's right now. So if there's a person out there, then he wants to know their
We've
number.
got 3 of them. Give us the phone number, we can call.
Yeah, and one other thing, Mr. Caldwell,
And after hours, Mr. Foote, everyone's told to call dispatch 1234. It's a non-emergency line, and they get the technicians out.
If you can send us a memo with the numbers, so we'll be able to.
All right, go ahead.
just Mr. Caldwell, is everything else in sufficiency within the budget for us equipping these folks, spray cans or whatever they need, signs? Is all that within the budget now?
Yes, we have equipment in the shop and coming out the shop right now. That we'll
Okay.
be using, paint machine
Okay.
and whatnot. But I wanted to actually touch bases on the CDL drivers because I have 15 of them
Okay.
throughout. All my crew leaders, supervisors, and superintendents have to have Class A CDLs. That's in drainage and paved streets. So would that make them, something we can do, make them competitive also?
If it needs to be compared, I mean, if you lose, how many
I've been losing some to contractors.
If you lost,
Right.
and we need them, that is the purpose
Yes, sir.
of what we want to accomplish.
Right. If you have equipment out there that's going to be sitting idle because we don't have someone to drive it,
Correct.
then we need that person. We need to know that.
Okay. Well, yes, I have about 15 of them. I need to get up to scale then. Throughout paved streets and bridge and drainage.
Is it here?
These are people who are working as CDL drivers, not somebody who just happens to be qualified, but they're doing some other job. Is that?
They actually have their CDLs.
Yes, they have CDLs.
They have to have?
So you want a raise for them?
Because they drive
Yes.
18-wheelers,
They have-
dump trucks, all that kind of stuff, so
Right.
they actually have to
So
have.
he wants a bump for the salary for
What
the
we're
existing
doing is
CDL.
we're experiencing losses to contractors and civil staff.
Sharon went back 10 years ago to when she was in Public Works.
I know it.
All right, so I need the math.
What do you need in order to retain your CDL drivers?
Wise?
Well, I'm assuming that's what you're talking
Yes,
about.
the same, those about the same that Keisha asked for, honestly, because it's a small city, they're gonna talk, and if they're making this much of solid waste, they're gonna want the same amount
All right, so
with the raise.
am I looking at
Yes,
this
sir.
correctly, that they're all at $16 an hour? Is that correctly? $16.49 an hour? That's correct?
That was a proposed at
So
one
the-
time.
So the proposed is 16. Where were they? I'm just curious.
Somewhere probably around 15,
It was at $15 an hour.
somewhere around 15.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. So just do the math.
So, Mr. Banks, the ones that, I'm sorry. Mr. Banks?
Yes,
The one, I'm just talking to myself down here.
yeah.
So the ones in solid waste that were making $16.70 and we bumped them up $1.
Yes.
Would that be enough or do you need more?
Yeah, those are, yeah. That's enough?
No, well, actually, we bumped them up to 22, the
Well, no, that-
CDL drivers.
No,
No,
she's
that's
talking about,
1962. This
she's
is
talking about at the bottom.
16.
Oh, okay, at the
Yeah,
top.
I'm doing apples and apples.
Okay, okay.
Ms. Weathers, you said that's enough? And so just for clarity, it's 1770, then the financial program coordinator stays at 1961, and the enforcement officer is at $16.60.
So, my question is to Mr. Caldwell, would $1 more help, or do you need more than that?
To be competitive.
to
For
be
the CDL drivers?
Yeah, the ones that are being paid $16.45 an hour, would $1 more be enough?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what do you need?
I would say at least about 3.
3?
Yes, ma'am.
$3 more dollars?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That make it more
I mean, I'm
competitive.
not freaking out. I'm just making sure I'm hearing you right. So, okay. So,
Because these have to be CDL drivers as well.
The Class
Okay.
A, yes, sir.
All right. And the average CDL driver makes around what, outside of the city of Jackson?
Did they say 20 to 20?
About $22.
About 22.
All right.
so 1944? Is that what you're recommending, Mr. Caldwell?
It's 19. Now, just help me understand, just for the sake of the public, the difference between the CDL driver under you and the CDL driver under Ms. Weathers.
Like he said, if they don't make the same, you're gonna have people trying to jump.
Oh, so we need to do them all at 22.
Yes, sir.
Just say that.
We're begging.
Yeah.
And Mr. Caldwell, this is not just Christmas time, okay? We're expecting it. I would be very disappointed if I didn't see trucks rolling up and down the street getting these things done.
Right.
I'll be very disappointed if I hear division managers come back here with excuses. This is for the health of our city and moving it forward. And if we have to spend this money, this is what's required.
Well, sir, you're making an
But the
investment.
second thing is, when we hand you these taxpayers' dollars, it's up to you guys to manage, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that front page, those CDL drivers will be moved from 1649 to 22. And then I assume your signal technicians at 1537. That's what? That's good? Is that good?
Yes, sir. No,
Okay.
wait. I'm sorry, excuse me.
They went from 30, they're currently right now at 30,000.
Right.
Your proposal takes them to 33,000, which is $15.37 an hour.
Correct. Yes, we're taking it.
All right. So they need to go. All right, while you talking through that,
Yes, sir. Yes.
while you thinking through that, I automatically assume that the superintendent needs to be in line with the solid waste superintendent at 25 instead of 18. All right.
Yes, sir.
So those superintendents will be in a line across that department. So that superintendent on your side goes to 25. And so the signal technicians, are they the CDL drivers? Yes, no, yes? They're not.
No, sir.
All right.
They just have an electrical background with dealing with signals and troubleshooting issues of that nature.
Okay. So they don't really need CDL.
They don't need CDLs. They'll be driving the bucket truck, so they can't be afraid of heights or something like that.
All right, let's just do this, since we kind of doing everybody in the divisions. Let's just do $1. So for 15 to 16. So 1537 to 1637. All right, we just need the math. Y'all got everything?
And, excuse me, Mr. Banks. And
Yes.
the superintendent for SBD drainage, that's still at 1876, or do we want to take that up as well?
No, we just did. I just told them to take it up to 25.
That's the supervisor you're
Yep.
talking about? Okay.
Yep, that's the one that he goes into the same alignment
Got
with
it.
the solid
I
waste
got it.
superintendent.
I just didn't know where that was. Okay, got it.
All right. All right, and let the record reflect that Mr. Hartley said that during Christmas, he will be Santa Claus.
Now, this is the Santa Claus. During Christmas, I'm looking for results.
All right. So we waiting on numbers. How long it looking like? Like soon? We got them? All right. So we can go ahead and move with the sanitation side of the amendment. All right. While they're doing that, colleagues, it's 3:27. We are not going to finish this today. All right. Madam President, permission to reschedule your special call meeting?
Yes.
To give this committee at least one more day?
And, yes, and,
Okay.
and we had already talked about that possibility.
Yeah, I know. I just
And we were
wanted to.
thinking maybe Mr. Banks doing the special city council meeting at 2 p.m. on Monday. Will we be ready?
We don't have zoning this week.
We do not.
Okay. Yeah, I assume, are we going to recess tomorrow, try to finish this up tomorrow? Okay. So we'll, at some point here, we're going to recess. We're going to try to go as far as we can. All right. And we'll recess till tomorrow at 10. And in the name of Jesus, we are not going past 2. We're going to try. We're going to
I like
try.
it.
I love it too, but we're going to try. Mr. Harley, hold me to that. We're going to try to get out here by 2.
Mr.
But
Banks,
I
really,
assume that we don't want to be here past 5 o'clock today.
right. Well, I have got, I mean, I think we probably all have other commitments. And I really need this to be done by 1:30 tomorrow.
1:30 tomorrow?
I do.
I think finance does too. So by 1:30 tomorrow. So it's about 3:30 now. Let's try to hurry up and get through this and see what we can get. Yes.
Do we need to convene at 9:30 instead of 10?
Oh,
Nobody does that well. I mean, I'll be sitting here by myself.
Maybe it would help us if we just went on and said 9 o'clock.
Okay,
We good with that?
I'm great with that.
Councilman Foote?
Fine with me.
Instead of waiting to 10 to help. He said 10 p.m.
I can't do it.
We are not coming back at 10 p.m., sir. We talk about in the morning. 9 a.m. I know. So we're going to try to get it in. Grizel, you good with that, right?
Yes.
All right. So let's try to get this. All right. While y'all doing that, we're going to try to juggle some other things. It's. I don't think they have anything yet. They still going. Planning. Who do we have our updates from? I'm forgetting.
We're still waiting on an update from Parks about whether or not.
Yes, I saw Dr. Muhammad out there before this meeting.
You got
And
it?
he did say he needed it.
So we need to take that up just a little. I mean, Mr. Grizel, and I think all of us feel like that number's a little low to accomplish.
He told me a number in the hallway. I forgot. I'm sorry. I think it was 262,000 additional. Is
That
Dr. Muhammad?
sounds reasonable.
Is he still out there? He gone? I think what he told me was 262,000 additional for the LED lights with what was already in there.
For which part? Which parks?
He said the other parks.
Because, I mean, we've got a park in Midtown that's got a huge issue.
I saw the email.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've been asking for a while.
Yeah, no, I get it. Somebody, yeah, call him real quick. So while we're doing that, the other thing being asked for consideration, I think we had human and culture. Is she up there? They're not ready yet. All right, planning. I think that there's a request from planning to use 1.5 of the Zurich, because what he was looking at was 1.5 of ARPA, and we're dealing with that now. But the request from planning is to use, and which I support, by the way, is to use 1.5 of the Zurich toward the outside development across from the convention center. Am I saying that right, Jai?
That's correct. That's correct.
He said that the artist rendering is being done by Dale now.
And Associates.
And Dale
That's what you guys approved.
That's what you guys approved at the last council meeting.
Yeah,
So
it-
that we should have that done, the renderings and the cost estimates of building out the outdoor event space by the October 8th council meeting. That's the goal.
And so that, yeah, thank you for clarity. So that's the outdoor event space. And so basically, what he's asking is if we can go ahead and set aside for him. So after the rendering, they can just move straight into the
How
building.
much?
I believe it was 1.5.
Mr. Banks, do we want to go ahead and amend the Zurich fund right now with, I would propose 270,000 for the lighting that we were just talking about, plus whatever would you just say, what was the,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, numbers are flooding.
Yeah, so, yeah, let's go and do it. Let's, I think for planning development, 1.5, for Parks and Rec, 270,000. for the lighting.
In addition to what the
Yeah.
2 million we gave them already.
Right. Now that I remember, thank you, this is what he was doing. He said 270,000 to deal with the fixtures for the LED lighting, but he was not sure of the in perpetuity for the light bills that are not on the city side that we would have to pay Entergy. So he was not sure of that cost. Is that something that we can revisit later, that he could get the fixtures done, but when it comes to whatever the light bill would be?
I understand it, but Mr. Banks, I just want to say this, our parks need to be,
Lit up?
need lighting. And I mean, and if they're LED lights, then the cost will probably be lower.
All right, Jai, that light bill comes out of your budget, right?
That's correct.
Do you know what that light bill looks like at those parks?
I do not. I have not segmented it down.
Is it all the city?
That's correct. Yeah. So I think that, like, I don't want to lie to y'all, but 80% of that money goes to
So it's
paying
just
the
street lights.
entity bill.
All right, hold
Yes.
on, Mr. Keaton. Your former Entergy employee, that's the CAO, is answering the question. He said the city is just responsible for the street lights. So all we have. All right. But as far as Parks and Rec, that's in their budget. So so we could go ahead and make sure he has enough to do the fixtures, and whatever he needs to deal with the extra lighting, we could just deal with that later. Okay. All right. And it shouldn't be that much with LED lighting, especially if he's changing it and upgrading.
Well, I mean, the fixtures are more, I think,
Yeah.
but the cost savings are on the electric side, right?
All right. So that would be the 270. Did anybody get Dr. Muhammad, just to verify real quick? He's on there, Dr. Muhammad? Or just ask him. All right. We want to go ahead and do the 1.5? Yes.
I got a question. I don't know, it occurred to me with the ARPA money, if it's for infrastructure, we had made, or I had made anyway, a commitment to try to get the rest of the money to repair White Oak Creek, that the county had $2 million, and there's going to be, the project calls for $2.4 million, so they need like $430,000. And I was wondering if ARPA money might qualify for that.
Yeah, so that was modernization is what is going towards
Is that right?
White
You
Oak.
did get that more than-
Yes.
All right. So
We have
let's,
a motion on the floor.
now, I don't know. Did you went on, put one on the floor?
Well, I mean, I'm happy.
Go ahead, let's
but
go.
I mean, if we think within 2 seconds, we're going to verify that 270. We know John needs 1.5 million, and then, I mean, what'd he tell you in the hall?
I believe he said 262.
Well, if we say 270,
We should gather.
Mr. Grizel, do you have any input on this about park lighting?
I'm fine with 270.
Okay.
All right.
But I think over time we should strategically look at, targeting certain parks, because I think it's going to be a similar upgrade all across the board with all these parks.
All right. You want to just go? Yes.
Mr. Banks, I'd like to put that into a motion that we increase the park funds in the Zurich settlement money to $2,270,000 And then for the planning department, specifically for the green space at the convention center, 1.5 million.
Second. All right, there's a motion and a second for the green space across from the convention center and 270,000, that's correct, for the LED lighting. That comes from Zurich. Comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Harley, on the
Yeah, I
amendment.
wanted to hear a little bit more about the 1.5 million
So-
for
so-
green space.
All right,
just
you
voted.
remember?
Oh, we
remember-
already voted on it?
Yeah. Yeah, the presentation
okay.
that he did for the
Okay.
outside
So-
event space.
So why are we proving it again?
So the outside event space, what we approved was for the artist rendering and for the architectural plans. We voted on that last week in a council meeting.
Okay.
This is so that when he finishes getting those architectural plans drawn up, that the money's already in his budget to go ahead and start building, and he won't have to come back to us.
I'm just,
Wait a minute, we didn't approve the project itself. We just approved the renderings, right? I mean,
If we're going,
We did, Mr. Foot, but it's kind of like if we approve the
that doesn't mean we're on the hook for a million.
No, and we're not on the hook now, but we've got to, if we're going to have it built this year, we need to have money, and this is
I'd like
in
to look at the
keeping.
renderings before I vote on funding it for $1.5 million.
you're just putting the money there.
Mr. Foot, we're approving a lot of things in the budget that has not come before you in an order before the city council. That's the point of a
But
budget.
payroll for somebody is one different than a, amphitheater.
But
or
we've
whatever
done
it
a
might
lot
be.
more than payroll.
well, and I agree,
I-
look, we can go by award and see how much money we're coming up with specific problems or specific projects. I would love to have an amphitheater at my Livingston Park, okay? But I'm looking at this whole thing and I'm thinking, okay, let's deal with the priorities first. And that's why I don't bring that up. But I just don't think that we need to just, get a rendering, that's one thing, but then we allocated $1.5 million is another thing. I think we need to somewhat have some kind of discussion, consensus. Because, yeah, I would love to have $1.5 million amphitheater at Livingston Park.
I bet it costs more.
I bet it don't.
It does. Let's study that. We actually have the plans for that.
If I may, Councilman Banks, and,
Go ahead.
I yield to the council. This is also the project that we're using or that's needed to satisfy HUD 108 or national objective. So, other than improving across the convention center, it's a revenue generator from rentals, food and beverage sales. Like, this is not this is not a park. So I just wanted to offer that to the board, but I will yield to the council.
Okay, and the source of funding?
Tell us what the plan is. How are you going to sell tickets or wear costumes or whatever it is? That's why I asked for it.
Look, I'm not married to this.
The motions on the floor has been moved and second. Let me add to that motion and see if it's going to fail. I'm going to add to that motion to see if it's going to fail. Let's take $6,000 from Zurich. I want to add to your motion. Take $6,000 from Zurich and add to the Flamingos.
What?
I'm just
say.
Look, when we start throwing around over $1 million on any particular project, I think we need to have some kind of serious discussions on impact or something. We asked for that from the departments.
When
we
he
need to ask from ourselves too.
I don't have it. I don't know if y'all can pull it up, but when he did his presentation and even he had visuals in there, and then also when we voted on it in the regular council meeting, he did it at that time as well.
So if it's going to be a revenue generator, is it run by the Parks and Rec? Who's going to run it?
It's going to be managed by the convention center.
It's going to be run by the convention center?
Visit Jackson,
Yes.
basically, yeah.
Well, I'd like to see a presentation about how they
It's an outdoor event space. So basically it's an option. So when people come to lease space from the convention center, they can say, hey, you could do your event out here. It's $4,500. You see what I'm saying? That's why you're giving more options for them to get more revenue other than, and then it's doing something with the space that just looks deplorable as a gateway into downtown. Yes, sir.
Well,
And most,
I have a question, Mr. Banks.
Yes.
So if, I am assuming, John, by your being on here and asking that this be included in the Zurich funds, that had already been discussed by the administration, that
Correct.
this money would come out of the Zurich funds. If we do not, I mean, we've approved, we're guilty of having a million plans that the council approves, and then we never follow through, we never build it. So if we go ahead and just set aside this money for now, and then it doesn't pass, which is certainly the council's prerogative, how would you find where would the money come from to build it?
Let me jump in real quick, and the reason why, because I had some conversation with Mr. Keaton and with the mayor briefly, but they were actually considering trying to get it from ARPA.
Then, I'd like to reconsider this motion.
Yeah, no, but ARPA is being absorbed because of the chip and grinding and these
But there was
positions.
$700,000 left, right?
That's, in ARPA, that's where,
Did we go ahead and spend the rest of that and I missed it?
I think that's why we're waiting on this number, because that's where that emotion would come from, because we talked about ARPA being used for those deals. It's late, but for the memo we got from legal that talked about us being
Revenue
used,
loss.
and then also revenue loss, and the plan was to use it for the revenue loss for a year, and when she generates the revenue, it comes back. But then we knew that we had some money left over in Zurich, and this is not necessarily brick and mortar, but it is construction.
Yeah, it is.
I just got a text from Director Muhammad. He said another 100,000 for lighting in the parks.
How much?
And he's trying to get on, but he said 100,000.
I thought he told me 200 some thousand.
Well,
Yeah, that's not enough.
just
Before
reading his
Councilman
words,
Foote
but
leaves.
he's supposed to be getting on here in a minute.
Councilman Foote.
Councilman Foote, come on, vote real quick.
Oh, no, and I have
We got something on the floor.
just a reminder, the presentation, Mr. Keaton actually had a link. If you remember, he wanted to show the link, and the body said, you would do that at your own time. That's what
that's
he's
right.
talking about, right?
That's right, he sent a video.
yeah, and
When we passed this in the council meeting, he sent a video.
so I just want to offer too. This is something we've been working on for a while. Like this
Yeah.
is not just a fly by night.
Yeah, no, I know. Just sometimes we got to remember, I forget too. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of the 270,000 for Parks and Rec and the 1.5 million?
Can we split that up, sir? I mean,
It was
you
one
said-
motion.
It was one motion?
Yeah, it's one motion, and it's already been seconded. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. All opposed? All right. Item passes. That go on the budget.
See, that's wrong.
All right. Let me just say, the council members, look at the video, and if you want to make a counter amendment. Yeah.
That's the way we did it.
But I do want to say, to Mr. Keaton's credit, he did not throw this at the last minute before us.
But right now, we're making $1.5 million decision right now that we weren't going to be making without more information to all the council members, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah, and I think we've been working well together. I think we got to continue.
So can I make a motion that we put $1,500,000 in Ward 5? Is that what we're doing now? I can give you a project.
I mean,
I can give you several projects.
I can give some too, but I'm not.
I know we all can, and that's my
but
point.
yeah.
Why are we being selective here? $1.5 million is a lot of money,
We're
regardless, and it's all taxpayers' money, regardless of where it comes from.
We're
And
going,
I think we need due diligence in deciding these things and not just, oh, well, we're going to throw out this thing and that thing and boom.
yeah.
It's
we're-
not one of those essential things that people are calling 311 for and asking for every day.
Mis-
It is something extra.
Mr. Hartley, none of the things that we have taken action on has come out of the sky. These are all requests that we're going department by department, and these are all requests that the departments have presented. And this specific item has already been approved by council in the planning. I hope.
It wasn't, it was a template approved. It wasn't a project approved of $1.5 million.
No,
That wasn't approved.
what was approved, typically, if you pay over $300,000 to $400,000 on architectural planning, you're approving it because you plan on doing the actual
And you plan on
development.
going somewhere and getting that money. But
No.
I wasn't told that we were going to use this particular money for that.
If we don't use it, the administration will.
Well, all I'm saying
So let's
is
take
that-
advantage of it
All
while
I'm
we have
saying
it.
is that why are we linking the two together? One thing that's very essential, and then something else, $1.5 million was something that's very optional that goes into one particular ward, like a lot of the things that we've been voting on going into this particular ward. And that's what I have a problem with, where there are needs of folks all around the city, poor folks out there that don't have these luxury items. And now we're just throwing $1.5 million, and I think that just sends the wrong message, especially it's in one concentrated area that's not as devastated as other areas. But hey, that's the way we do business then.
All right, Mr. Muhammad, thank you for joining us. When we talked in the hall, your approximate amount for the LED lighting, didn't you tell me 262,000?
No, sir, 162.
162. Okay, well, we did 270.
Yes, sir, that's what I said.
So that means he can do more lighting in another part.
I mean, one of the things Mr. Grizel said is we want to make sure that you're able to do the LED lighting across the city.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Not only is that going to give us the longevity in terms of lighting, but it's also going to save in cost in terms of wattage and electricity usage.
All right. All right. Public Works, we got the numbers ready? You do have sanitation? All right, go ahead, give us sanitation so we can make the amendment.
So with all of the amendments, with all of the amendments made, the total cost would be $88,647. That's just for sanitation, though.
88,000?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's to that ARPA? Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
$1,647. I can send you all. I'll send it to you.
All right, we're gonna say 89. Okay, Mr. Grizel has the motion on the floor. Second, it's been moving properly second that we take the 89,000 a quarter to the revenue loss program, ARPA, et cetera, to put into the salary changes for solid waste. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, item has passed. We got the other one ready? All right, let's go to police real quick. We'll come back, get it ready. Let's go to police. First, did we make the amendment, the motion and amendment to privatize the animal shelter? We never did that. Yeah, talk about, all right. I think that, Madam President, you want to make that motion? To take the animal shelter. I
Oh,
forgot
yes,
what,
I've
what,
got
what
that.
line.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
all
I
right.
was dealing with something else for a second. Okay, so, and I think you pointed out that this is on page 131 in the budget book. And so what I would like to do, Mr. Banks, and I guess this can be made into a motion, is to take all, and this motion is based on a very a very healthy conversation that I had with Chief Wade. And we've talked about it off and on, but it is to take all of the budgeted expenses, items, expenses in the budget book relating to animal control and separating it and putting it in a fund, a different line item that would be reserved for animal control for the consideration of, to be used to privatize animal control. Did that make sense?
Yes. So that motion is to take the $423,642 out of 44223 into other professional services within PD to contract that out. To privatize it. Is that right?
And Chief Chief Watts is here, and I know Chief Wade is out of town. He's working. Well, he's in training, right, this week. So in the conversation we had, he felt like, the people who are in those positions now could be used in other places within JPD maybe. But more importantly, he's already been in communication with companies that do this all over the country. And I think you got us on the phone with somebody from Kansas City.
I did. And
we've got lots of good examples from across the country where this particular model has worked very well. And Chief Wade went on to say that the amount of stray animals in this city is so out of control that they really are at a place where they cannot control it, manage it well themselves within the police department without some additional help. Is all of that about right, Chief Watts? Well, wait till you get to the mic and.
We do have a lot of loose animal calls throughout the city of Jackson, but we also have a facility that's needing to be fixed. That will take a lot of money also to do. So, privatizing would probably be the best idea for right now.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Chief Watson. I want to thank Chief Wade is absent. We did talk with our colleague in Kansas City, good friend of mine, and he actually came to Jackson and married somebody that went to Callaway, or Murrah, one of the two. But anyway, he talked about the success and savings that Kansas City had when they privatized it. And so I think that will be very good. So that motion would be Fund 44, or I don't know if it's fund, whatever, but the $423,642 will be moved into, what would that go into? Other professional services within PD? Say it again.
Personal services, the employees.
You're privatizing. You're taking the bulk of that away to privatize it.
That includes how many employees?
And I'm assuming the animal control employees, they're probably vacancies.
Yes, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at 5 employee positions right now. And at what we're looking at as far as, personnel in the police department, we will not be able to move them over into the police department personnel at this point.
All right, all those positions filled, or are they vacant? Go ahead.
Captain Michael Allen, Jackson Police Department. We have 7 positions in animal control. Currently, 5 of them are non-vacant.
They're
2 of
not
them-
vacant?
They're not vacant.
They're
It's only
filled?
2 vacancies.
Let me ask you this. Where they been? I'm just saying. I mean, because oftentimes when constituents call, the response is from someone, oh, they ain't got but one animal control officer,
Or there's no response at all,
or there's no response at all.
more than likely.
And I think that, in the research and the conversation with Chief Wade, and I know that y'all talked about it, when you privatize an entity or something, then you basically take that out and put it here. And if those people have certain special, but I guess there might have been officers that might have been using that budget and assigned somewhere else.
No. Those were actually animal control employees. Now, one of those vacancies, one of those field positions, that employee is actually out right now because of an investigation that's going on, but his position is not vacant. He's not been terminated from the city.
So we got 6 animal control officers that are working?
4.
And
We've
2
got
vacancies.
Yeah,
and
we've
one
got
vacancy.
five positions that are filled, and we only have 2 vacancies out of it. Now, also with those 5, it's like you said, we do have one that's out, but we are still taking calls for service. Now, unfortunately, we have a facility that's not up and running 100%, so we can't always keep them there, so we end up having to take them to other, facilities like Marl and places like that. But our problem will be with the facility getting it up and running.
All right.
Mr. Banks,
yes.
it occurs to me, though, I don't know how quickly, this would essentially give you a month to, right? Or less than a month, 2 weeks. So I don't know how quickly this new plan could be implemented. And so if there's somebody there doing something, we probably need to hang on to a few of them until this new effort by the chief could be implemented.
All right.
I'd like to get Mr. Mellenbecker to weigh in on that a little
Yeah,
bit.
well, what I would say, Mr. Mellenbecker, Mr. Wright, if maybe we can look at and see if we privatize it, and if there's someone that the chief had in mind, what that will financially look like. And I think then determining that, we can backscale to see how many employees we can retain and what it would take to get something like that started.
Yeah, and just a question, in terms of the employees, are they sworn officers?
No, sir, they're civilians.
Okay. And I was just wondering, right, in terms of placement, right, if there was an opportunity, elsewhere within JPD.
Right now, no on that, because if they're not sworn individuals, we're looking at possibly downsizing our civilians also.
So I guess the question would be, and that's all on your side of the field, whomever this proposed person would be that privatize it, will they take on board these people? I think that's the conversation.
That is the question. That was what was just going through my mind. I thought that some of them were sworn officers.
None that I'm aware of, no ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Now, you have, the police department does control animal control, so you may be thinking of the administrators that are actually over, supervising, but they're paid through the police department.
Let me say this for the record, that this action does not mean that the police department will not enforce the law when it comes to dogs. Let me just say that. Am I correct by saying that?
Yes.
All right. It just means that the housing and all the other kind of stuff when it comes to animals, we're looking at a way to deal with that. But your officers will still be enforcing the law. I don't want nobody to get that misinterpreted watching live or any other place. All right. So we'll kind of wait on that and revisit it.
I think so. Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. I guess I made the second. I withdraw my second. All right. Police, going back to you. The proposed, where is it? I'm trying to, if we can get police done, we should be okay. Your proposed, where is it? Salary increases, Parks and Rec, Human Resources, Public Works, Police, here it is. You have the 750,000, first of all, the agreement, have we reached the agreement that it will go through the lease program? All right, and so the estimate though is, it's around 750,000, but it will probably more than likely go to a lease. Talk to me.
There's some money already budgeted in their budget, so that's what I need to find out.
The difference, what the difference
Well,
is.
I think I gave that to you.
Okay, all right.
And because we have to outfit them too. Now, that part cannot go on the lease, the master lease. So I did show you what that would have to increase, so we could bring part of that, what we had put in there to purchase down and move it there and then move them out to the master lease.
So you provided that and you provided the outfitting too? Okay, you got it? Is that in this one?
Yes, I gave it to you, 15 cars and 20 cars, what the differences would be.
All right, but this will be approved at
I need this approved before we adopt, because then I have to increase loan proceeds to cover that.
So these are all your master leases?
I showed you what
Executive,
everybody
okay.
has in their budget, and then some of this is not budgeted at all, so we will have to completely send that to the master lease, but that's fine. Mr. Wright, I had asked for him for a list of what he had to go on the master lease, because we really do need to do an auction, as Mr. Foote has so said, there's so much equipment out there. I have somebody lined up to come in to talk about how we're going to start doing auctions for Public Works and everyone, which I think will make some money, but everything that he needed to go on the master lease, he has given me that list. So I'll be combining that and telling you exactly what we're sending to master lease and what I'll be increasing the loan proceeds for.
All right, so we'll just hold this off for now until we can look at all of the master leases citywide and then deal with that. So let's just go to just verify, $654,804.94 for increases for the police department. That's the correct number.
For the master lease you're talking about?
Just the salary increase.
Oh, the salary increase.
I'm sorry, yeah, salary increase, $654,804.94. That's starting at 50.
Yes, sir.
That's correct. All right. That's $654,804.94. Looks we'd like to achieve that, we're going to have to take that out of fund balance.
I really have thought we probably would have to, Mr. Banks.
Okay.
Unless the administration can point us in a different direction.
I don't think they got no, I don't think they know nowhere.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
all right,
I just assumed we'd have to.
all right. Mr. Grizel, you heard that?
Is he gone?
I did, I'm sorry.
All
Yeah, I
right.
did.
All right, so is there a motion to, go ahead.
Make sure that motion that includes fringes, that's what we just asked, because we can't. But now the thing that I'm asking now, does that include it bumping up their overtime, because that's going to be effective?
We're going to have the discussion about the overtime in a minute. Does, does this research include your fringes?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly second that, it's $654,804.94 into PD for salary increases, and the starting pay will be $50,000. Any questions or comments? Yep. It's coming from fund balance to general fund.
Mr. Banks,
police.
I have a
Yeah.
quick question.
Yes.
So, Chief Watts,
I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. Chief Watts, you had mentioned that you're looking at doing a reduction in force among your civilian employees.
Yes, we can. We can. We have some open positions that we can.
So, could any of that be used to also look at some of these civilian positions and increase some of the salaries there? Because I know our sworn officers are getting steady raises, but the civilian team can also be critical to the police department. Educate me on that. Tell me what that might look like.
Now, as far as that, we have, I think it was, did you come up with how many positions did we have open?
We have, on the civilian side, we had 13 vacant positions, for a total of $562,990.43. But 2 of those positions that we were looking at couldn't work in animal control.
All right. So the total amount of your vacant, and I forgot to lead with this, but I'm glad we got this on the floor. The total amount of those vacant positions that you're willing to let go to help achievers is what?
$562,990.43. But that is including those 2 vacant animal
That's fine.
control positions.
Well, and look, I mean, they could,
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
what
looking at out, I mean,
right.
this, for all I know, that,
Let's do this.
that may be plenty adequate.
Let's do this. Let's do this. I withdraw your motion from the first one.
Withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second. All right, so the math would be $654,804.94 minus, give me that number,
$562,990.43.
all right. What's the difference? So that's what the amendment would be out of fund balance to make this happen. Fidelis, that works, don't it?
And I don't know if you're looking at the other requests too, that they have, JPD.
I am.
Okay,
All right.
yeah.
Those are one-time requests. The cameras.
Yes,
The cameras are one-time. We're just dealing with the immaturity, the pay, the stuff they gotta keep coming.
Yeah, there
But the
is
one-
Collogic.
Who?
Public safety software that they use, Collogic. It's on the,
So,
I think the
Mr.
second
Banks,
page.
he's saying, I think what he's saying is, we need to have some money to take care of some of these other critical issues as well.
But is it employee?
No, it's the system, the CAD system
The
that they
RMS
use.
system, report management system.
All right, you want to take care of the immaturity cost
I'm
first?
fine with that, with that coming out of fund balance.
All right, let's deal with that first. I'm getting to it. So let's deal with the salary line first. So what's the difference, clerk?
I was trying to get the number. I don't know if we have, how much was it? 500 in positions.
I believe it was $562,990.43.
And that's coming out of their vacant positions.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the number, clerk?
I have $91,814.51. Is that what you have? Okay.
All right. Read the number out.
$91,814.51.
All right, I need a motion to get $91,814.51 out of fund balance into police, yes?
I just want to make it on the record that if you use fund balance for raises this year,
I know.
you're going to be using it next year, plus the raises
We-
that's already been given.
Aren't we?
We know
are
that.
anyway, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we know.
We considered that.
I just want to remind, when I
yeah.
come back and tell you how much fund balance you've used up, I want you to remember.
Yeah,
do.
we got that.
It's already happening. Thank
All right.
you.
All right,
I'm so moved, Mr. Banks.
second. All right, it's been moving properly second. Now I want to just put the big lift of their, first of all, their increase was only 654,000. The big lift came out of their department, what they sacrificed, and we only had to supplement 91,000 out of fund balance for the next, however, until our tax revenues start going back up. But because our city's safer, the tax revenue is gonna go back up, right? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. All right, police. So the other thing was, there was the flock safety and the safe city cameras. And then, is that the $635,000, 500, ooh-wee.
That's the, public safety software.
So, go ahead.
We are locked in the contract with them where we have to pay that the next 2 years with another year option.
All right. That has come before this body already in order? All right. Is there anything in the budget already for that?
So last time, actually, it was out of fund balance when it came before.
Oh, it was out of fund balance the last time when it came? I remember that now, because I remember I asked the question. Let me ask you this. I want to make sure we got this right. For your vehicle towing, it says 200,000, but it says towing fee increase. Is that revenue? Or tell me what that means.
When they tow city vehicles, that is not revenue, but let's say somebody gets their vehicle towed and comes back and gets it, we charge them what we paid for their tow fee.
All right. So that 200,000 would go into which, it goes into a line within PD, or is that garage?
So
Is it in PD, or is that, and I guess that's why I'm confused, is that in municipal
It's
garage?
within the police department, that line item, what we pay for towing.
How much is in there right now? Anybody know how much is in there right now?
Okay, the original allocation, was in the police department, it was $150,860.
So you're asking for an additional 50?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that helps, okay. So I just want to make sure we get this right. So an additional 50K, basically, for the towing. The 635,515, is that already budgeted into fund balance, or we need to make that decision? It's not, but this is one-time cost as well.
No, this is a subscription, it's a software, has to be paid every year going forward.
How were we paying for it earlier?
We had Tyler in the beginning, the RMS software was with the Tyler agreement.
They were with public safety, the Tyler part, which is what Dr. Reed is still paying for.
Huh?
And they were going to pay for Collogic out of their vacancies, but they've given that up for raises. So now there's nowhere for it to come from.
So, Councilman Banks.
Yeah.
Just to kind of clarify, what Dr. Reed is still paying for is the loan. There was the loan amount, and then there was the annual maintenance and service fees. So that one, we have gotten resolved with legal, but the loan has to be paid out through, I think, 2027 or 26? 27, I see Dr. Reed there, 27.
I saw that.
Yeah.
So is there room to get this out of the tech fund?
No. Yeah, so, I mean, what would have to happen is, it goes back to the appropriation, right? Because they have like 1.4 in appropriations back to general fund, and then over $1 million, I think almost 1.2 in loan payments.
All right. Let me be clear of the intention of why I'm pausing at making this decision for this software, because it is clear that we're going to have to do something for fire, and it's going to also have to come out of fund balance, okay? And so I want to make sure that we have enough as we are going through this process, and I don't want to back that out. So let me just make sure I'm clear, because it changes the amount, because we had 200,000 in there, but we're looking at 50, 635, 75, and 96 left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we're going to discuss the fleet stuff when we deal with all the leases all across the city. All right. So right now, y'all give me a quick total. We're looking at 96,000. That's the flock safety cameras. 75,000. That's the Safe City cameras. $635,515, and then 50,000 for towing.
Mr. Banks, it is really late in the day.
Yeah,
And
I'm finna-
and everybody's, I mean, all these numbers are just,
Puzzling, yeah. I'm
well,
finna get this one
my
in
my
Carter's
brain
hand.
is scrambled and
Yeah.
fried at this point. And, you know, you add to that all the political drama. And so I am just thinking that we need to maybe take a break and make sure we're doing all
The
of
right
this
thing.
exactly the way we need to do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify that number, and then we're gonna wait on the rest of that, and then go ahead and get the other numbers from Public Works, because I think they're ready now, and then we gonna close that at close. What's the total?
$856,515.
$856 to $515. All right, we got that. All right, let's go back to Public Works. Let's do this so we can get this. Yeah, the rest of the numbers. This is for the other deputy director. All right,
That 800,000 is going to be wrong because their overtime is out of control.
we're gonna revisit all of it. I'm just talking about the 800,000 for. I'm talking about the materials, the cameras, and all of the stuff, the equipment kind of stuff. We're gonna come back to overtime.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
but we're going to have to talk about it because it's going to have to increase.
Yeah, we're gonna deal with overtime and police and fire tomorrow, all right? So, go ahead.
Public Works, this is for infrastructure, Fund 1, $316,461.
Okay, 316, and that's left over there, all right,
316. That's
Yeah.
infrastructure.
All right.
Adjusting these CDLs and all of that.
give the number again.
$316,461. Yeah,
Huh?
it's 330,
All right,
330,000.
330,000. Is there a motion? This is Hold, I done lost my, going back to that. Yep.
Moved.
Second, it's been moving properly second, and this is 330,000 out of the ARPA for the infrastructure. All right. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right. It carries. All right. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. That 330 is a little different from this enterprise. All right. I want to say this. We're doing it for this year to kind of keep it scale, but we're going to have to find it in the additional years. She has the revenue. This means that there's general fund monies that's going to have to come to that. But because there's been revenue loss all over the place in public works, we going to deal with this and appropriate it in this year. All right. All right, y'all huddle after. All right, so right now, we are in recess. Did I vote? Did we vote? Okay, we got that. There's nothing else on the phone? All right, we are in recess till 9 in the morning.